Thank you for being with us, everybody. Call this meeting to order, and we'll start with O Canada. Please rise. In 1820, Indigenous people here began welcoming settlers from all over the empire. Soon they were helping slaves escaping from the US to settle here too. Today, our Indigenous founding partners are still here, enjoying the land with us. They fish and camp under their treaty rights. Indigenous people in their thousands also live with us as neighbors and friends. Our Indigenous white and black settlers created a community with an attractive degree of harmony and prosperity. In 1857, Ontario gave official recognition of Oakville as a town. At Town Hall, all these years later, we fly the flag of the Mississaugas of the Credit beside the flags of Oakville, Ontario, and Canada. We fly these flags together to acknowledge our origins. People from all over the world are attracted to the livability we've created. We offer newcomers a warm spirit of welcome. We offer everyone our founding story so everyone knows what we are part of. We feel sorrow and distress for acts of racism and intolerance suffered across Canada, here and at home. We want our future to be equitable and inclusive for all. The path of truth and reconciliation can unite us all. Please keep well, stay safe, let some council know of any chance to help you and yours. Please let us know at any time if you can help increase Oakville's harmony, prosperity, and livability. Madam Clerk, do we have any regrets?
We have regrets from Councillor Longo and Mayor Burton this evening.
Thank you. Any declarations of pecuniary interest, Council? And seeing none. All right. Can I get a motion to confirm 4.1, 4.2, 0.43, and 0.5? Councillor Liszczynia and Councillor Elgar. Thank you. All in favor? Excellent. That's moved. All right. Now, there are no public presentations, no standing committee reports. Can I get a motion to move in the committee of the whole? Councillor Knoll and Councillor Giddings, thank you. Please note that we proceed with the agenda items that under section 210 of the procedural bylaw, under item 10.5, a verbal update, tonight, there was to be in item 10.5, a verbal update from Mayor Burton on federal provincial planning initiatives. It's been withdrawn due to his illness. Okay, now consent items. Do we have a motion to approve or any separations? I see a motion to approve from Councillor Giddings. And all in favor? Perfect. Now we have no confidential consent items. I do want to mention that Councillor Giddings is interested in moving confidential discussion item 11.1 forward. Does anybody feel the need to go into camera to discuss that? 10.1? Okay, then I'll consider it moved by Councillor Giddings that we don't need to go into camera. All in favor? Great, that's passed. That allows for the recommendations contained in the confidential report from Corporate Services Commission dated April 16, 2024 to be approved. And while we're here, let's look at 11.2. Do we have any need to go into camera for that later? And I'm looking at my Ward 1 colleagues. It does not look like we need to go in. Oh, Councillor Giddings, no, okay. All right, so Councillor O'Meara will say you've moved this. Perfect. All right, 11.2, the redevelopment of 3358 Lakeshore Road West has been moved by Councillor O'Meara. And again, that is the recommendations from Appendix A and the confidential report from legal department dated April 23rd, 2024 be approved. Perfect. Let's all flip back now. Oh, sorry. All in favor? Great, that's passed. I just assumed everybody agrees with me. All right. Back to 10.1, Community Satisfaction Survey. And we have Julie Clark, our Director of Policy, Strategy, and Communications, to introduce the consultant.
Good evening, Council. Tonight, we're here to share the results of our 2024 Community Survey. As a reminder, we conduct this survey every 2 years to help us assess resident satisfaction with town programs and services, to identify emerging issues that are important to our community, to guide strategic priorities for decision-making and budgeting, to ensure continuous improvement in our service delivery, and to inform the value of our tax dollars. The survey this year was available by telephone and online and was open from February 13th through to March the 8th. And after tonight's meeting, we will be communicating these results broadly through our website, on social media, news releases, community boards, and all data will be uploaded to the open data site. Of particular note for Council, the ward-specific results will be shared with you within the next week. So with that, I would like to introduce Lauren Bozinoff, who is the President and CEO of Forum Research, along with Wynn Steck, a Senior Research Director, who are here tonight virtually to present the results of the Community Satisfaction Survey. So over to you, Lauren.
Great, thank you very much. So let me just jump right into it. So we did do this survey 2 years ago, and I was before council 2 years ago with those results. We're going to look at the update 2 years later, and we need to think of what's changed since then, and you'll see what's changed will actually be reflected in tonight's report. You'll see that the housing affordability crisis has arrived in the town. And you'll see that in the numbers compared to 2 years ago. Okay, let's jump right in. Let's go to the next slide. Just to reiterate, there are 2 surveys. There's a telephone survey. So under sample size, you'll see CATI. The T means telephone. That was 805 respondents. That is a random telephone survey, statistically valid. Same methodology as 2 years ago. We also have an opt-in online link that anyone can go and make their views heard. It's an opt-in, so it's not statistically valid, but it gives you an idea of what the more engaged citizens are thinking. Okay, let's look at the first results. Let's go to the next page. And then first topic, next page, is livability. So we have a couple of questions here on livability. So let's look at the next slide, which is our first findings. So in all these charts where we have it, we've included the results going back to 2009. I'm going to be focusing on 2024, but we can see the trend over time. And over time, you can see longer term type trends. And in this case, in terms of livability, we see the numbers sort of peaked in the 2013-2015 age at 87%. And they jogged down, especially during COVID, at 81%. And then just post-COVID, 80%. And now they've settled at 79%. So, you know, may not be statistically significant at 1 point drop each year, but over that period of time, I would say there is a drift downward in these numbers. And we need to think about what that means as a long-term basis. Is it something to do with growth, the size of the town over time, and so forth? But it is drifting downwards. I should also point out that 79%, when we compare that to the open link survey, that opt-in survey, the number is a little bit lower at 63%. The heavily engaged citizen, the ones who'll go online to your website and do the survey that way, tend to have more negative responses than the general public. Okay, let's go on to the next slide. Now, a measure that we've used is to compare the town to the rest of the GTA. And here the comparison is very favorable. So what people are saying is, yeah, there might be some drift downwards, but compared to everywhere else in the GTA, we have it pretty good in Oakville. So this is actually up 74% 2 years ago, up to 80%, saying better than most areas of the GTA. Just as a comparison, the online open link survey, like I said, tend to be a little bit more negative on everything. They're at 73%. So this trend is in the right direction, 80%. It's a good number. So while they may feel a little bit of drifting downwards in absolute terms, they're going to say, well, compared to everybody else, we have it pretty good. Okay, let's go to the next one. We want to know what makes the town so vibrant and livable. Now, this is an open-ended question. They can say anything, and we then group the responses. And we do have the trending going back quite a few years. And let's have a look at this. Now, in 2024, we decided to do a little bit finer categorization of the comments. So that's why you see a lot of extra numbers here that we didn't have previously, because we wanted to drill down and fully understand what people meant by some of the broader comments that they're making. So these are very, very specific. We want to give you very, very specific feedback. Top of mind, just when they think Oakville and livability, they think green spaces and parks. Those are two different comments. So some people said green spaces are similar words. Other people said parks, both at 16%. Now, these numbers, when we look at them, these are volunteered responses. They're unaided. If we had aided people, the numbers would be a lot higher. So for every person that will spontaneously say green spaces or parks, there's probably another times 3 or 4 who are thinking that if we actually jog their memories. Third is low crime rate, good policing. They like the small town atmosphere is mentioned. Now we had a general category at the bottom on the left, parks, recreation, sports, teams. It included green spaces, parks, and everything else from previous years. I'm mentioning it because the next item is access to the lake, the waterfront, harbor front. That was probably included in the parks, general parks number of previous years. But now you can see the rating there, 12% are mentioning that. And then it goes down from there, the quiet place to live, the visually attractive appearance. The general parks is down because we've now recategorized it into all those other categories that I just went through, the green spaces and so forth. And then you can see on the other side, declining numbers. You can see the new things we're starting to track. The downtown we're tracking, the neighborhoods we're tracking, stores and restaurants we're now tracking, good trends that we're tracking. Okay, let's go to the next slide. So key metric in this type of work is what we call the Net Promoter Score. And basically, and I'm not going to get into it too deep in this slide, but it's basically the difference between the number of people who are promoting the town and the number of people who are not, the detractors. So let's look at the next slide and you'll see what I mean by this measure. We first started asking it, let's go to the next slide. We first started asking it 2 years ago, Net Promoter, and it's basically the green. Those are the people who say something positive would recommend the town, 42%. We subtract the ones who would not recommend the town, that's the 21%. 42 minus 21 is 21. The group in the middle are sort of sitting on the fence. So we call them passives. They don't really have a strong opinion either way. So what this means is in terms of word of mouth, out of 100 contacts, we would have a plus 21% more positive impressions than negative impressions. Hasn't changed too much from last year, but is gone in the right direction for us. Okay, now we have benchmarks, and we want to benchmark Oakville with similar communities. So that will mean primarily by communities of your size in terms of population and where possible in Ontario. So let's go to the next slide. Now there's that 21% I just highlighted there on the left. And it compares very favorably with all the other benchmarks that we have here. So in fact, all the other towns have a negative score, which means they're getting more negative recommendations than positive recommendations. The town is an outlier in the positive area. All good. This is a tough measure to score well on, and the town is doing well, still is doing well on this. Okay, now let's look at the next slide. So this slide looks at the perception of how the quality of life has changed. We already know from some of the other absolute scores that I showed you earlier that maybe there was a 1-point downward drift between the score from now and from 2 years ago. But when we look at the perception, we say, hey, how are things going? So they're given 3 choices: become worse, stay the same, become better. So the majority are saying either better, 8%, or the same, 52%. But the perception is among one group of individuals that 37% the things have become worse. It doesn't show up in the absolute numbers. So like I say, when we asked these people 2 years ago and asked them again now, same numbers say pretty much things are great, the 79 or 80%. But the perception is among a lot of people that things aren't as good as they were 2 years ago. Even though we know when we compare the benchmarking, the data from 2 years ago, there hasn't been a change in these type of numbers. Okay, let's have a look at the next one. Here's some benchmarking, and again, the town does score well. We have a mean of 50% on this. These are people saying better, stayed the same. The town is at 60, another benchmark of 51, another Ontario town with roughly your population, and another town at 34%. Okay, so the next thing is we want to really ask them what's the most important issue facing the town today. Let's go to the next slide. This is another open-ended thing. They can say more than one thing. And have a look at that affordable housing line, where it started in 2009 and stayed pretty flat for many, many years. Bumped up a little bit in the pre-COVID and during COVID, but post-COVID, the prices went up and never went down again. You can see what's happened. 2 years ago, we were at 19%. Looked like it was probably going to be a trend. And in fact, it is a trend. We're now up to 26%. So if you stopped 4 people on the street and said, hey, what's the number one issue? What's the most important issue? One of them for sure is going to mention affordable housing. Now, related to that is urban sprawl and rapid development. And that's the second. It is down from previous, over the history, it is down. It's still there though. And I know these issues are related. I know affordable housing and urban sprawl are related. Also new from 2 years ago, we see concerns about land use planning. So this really forms a cluster of concerns that people are mentioning top of mind. After that, the numbers really fall off. Talk about crime and public safety, all good there. Traffic congestion. I know people complain about it at rush hour, but in general, it doesn't seem to be much of a problem. Taxes and so forth. We have, again, like we did with the other open-ended slide, drilled down and provided more detail and broke out more numbers. You can see the other issues. They are lesser: public transit, healthcare, improve city services, pollution, environment, and so forth. But I think it gives you a good idea of what is in people's minds, what they think when they think about the town. Okay, a hand is up from the counselor. Do you want me to take the questions now, or?
We'll continue until you're finished.
You want me to continue?
Please do.
Okay. Okay, let's go to the next slide. A quick recap of what we just went through. So 5 things here we want to just remember. So 1, large majority say Oakville's better than most areas of GTA. That's a high number. It's been high all along. It remains high. The second thing is large majority continue to feel positive about the government of the town. 79%. Remember, it drifted down from 80 to 79, but just a drift over time. The third thing is that relative perception, half say that the quality of life has remained the same or gotten better. But again, that's a relative perception, because we know when we looked at the absolute data between years, they give up to pretty much the same thing. Some of the things that make Oakville vibrant and livable, green spaces are highly prized these days, and it may be a post-COVID thing where, you know, people got cooped up and the only place they could go were in the parks and so forth. Anyways, green spaces and parks are there. It's also, I think, a reflection of concern for the environment, and it's a way of improving the environment, and the good policing and the small town atmosphere. And finally, what's the most important issues facing the town? It's all related, in my mind, to affordable housing, development, land planning, and so forth. Okay, let's go to the next section. Now we're going to look at service satisfaction with town services overall on the next slide. Numbers are pretty good. So the dark green is they're very satisfied. The light green is somewhat satisfied. Together, we get 89% saying they're satisfied with the town services. It's down a little bit from 2 years ago, and 2 years ago is down a little bit from 3 years ago before that. So I would flag this. It's still sky high. These are still very, very high numbers. But the 96, 93, that's like an A plus. That's very, very hard to achieve. You're still in that range, something we want to look at, over time. Okay, let's benchmark that on the next slide. So here we are, 89% that we just looked at. Remember, we were at 93 2 years ago, and here we do have a town that's not in Ontario, that or it's a city, but in any event, they did get a 93%. After that, I did say those are hard to get. They are hard to get. Typical numbers are more in the 70, mid 70 range. You can see them there, and they can fall off quite a bit from that. So the thing is, the numbers are still very, very high, but are moving in the wrong direction. Okay. Now let's be a bit more specific. Let's drill down. Let's go to the next slide. Let's look at specific town services and see what people like. And we put them here in order of the top 2 boxes, the very satisfieds and the somewhat satisfieds. And so number 1, parks and green spaces, still number 1, and actually gone up a little bit. It was 93, it's up to 94. That's an astoundingly high number in survey research. Those folks who did the open link, those concerned citizens, a little bit lower. They gave you an 86. They still give high marks to the parks and green spaces, but not quite as much as the general public. What else do they like? The harbors and waterfront, 88%. Also the rec facilities, 88. And then it goes down from there, 85 for fire services, which traditionally do get high scores in our surveys. The roads, 84. Public library, I'm flagging this because it's been going down from 91 to 88 to 83. And I think the town has opened or is about to open a new branch, which I expect will reverse this decline. But it has gone down continuously over the past 5 years. And then a new one, winter road and sidewalk maintenance. The survey was done in the winter time. Now I know it was a mild winter, but they're giving an 82% score on the winter road and sidewalk maintenance. Okay, let's go to the next slide. It's a continuation of this slide. It continues to go down. So then we have the rec programs. This is down, was 88, 81, 78. I think you guys are building a sports complex, or it has recently opened, but that should reverse these numbers, but they were going down. Arts, heritage, and cultural offerings have been declining over time. Availability of online services, pretty flat with 78, 79, 76. Can't really say there's a trend there. It's okay. It's an okay number. Municipal enforcement. This is new this year and is at 70%. So it's probably good that we asked about it. Availability of parking. People say parking is always a problem, but it really hasn't changed in terms of these numbers. And then finally, public transit. I'll just say this about it. It looks very low, and that's because there's a large don't know. I haven't talked about the percent who say they don't know, and they are included in the percentaging of these numbers. But public transit, there is a large 26%. They say don't know because they don't take public transit in the town. If we took them out of our numbers, that 56% would be a 76%, in line with the other services, in fact. So, there's lots of debates of whether that don't know should be left in. You have a goal of increasing transit usage, so that's why we leave it in. But we're kind of measuring two things: the percentage of people who are using the service, and then what they think of the service. So in any event, keep that in mind when we look at those numbers. Let's have a look at this new question, the next one, which I think is important. This is a sense of belonging with the community. So this is a new thing, but we hear so much about mental health, anxiety, and so forth. So I think, at the town level, at such a high level, I think this is a good measure of how people feel in terms of belonging with the community. And it's very, very high. They don't feel alienated, most of them, like 33 and 52, 85% are giving they're very satisfied or somewhat satisfied with that. Okay, so let's continue. Now let's go to the next slide. We're going to do our gap analysis where we look at, let's go to the next slide, where when we look at satisfaction with services and how important services are to people. Can we go to the next slide? Okay, and let's go to the next slide now after that. Okay, and you know what? Let's skip this slide and go to the next one. Okay, I prefer to talk to this slide rather than the ones before here. So what we're plotting on this are all the city services all the town services that we asked about. Okay, and we plot them in 2 dimensions. So the dimension that goes from left to right is how important the service is to people. And the dimension that goes from top to bottom is how satisfied they are with the service. So the primary areas for improvement are those areas where they're very important to people and they're just somewhat satisfied with them. That's that new item, municipal enforcement. We did see that it had just an okay 70% range satisfaction rating. But it turns out when we do our statistical analysis, it is important to people. The other one is the availability of online services. Again, had a mediocre score and is very, very impactful in terms of the overall satisfaction with the town. So we're going to mark those as our primary areas for improvement. Mediocre scores in terms of satisfaction, but important to people. The secondary area for improvement is the box on the left, the lower left. These are services where they're not super important to people in terms of driving overall ratings of the town through our statistical analysis. So they're not super important, but the scores aren't that great. So secondary thing for us to look at for improvement would be the arts, cultural offerings, the rec programs, parking, and public transit. Then we have areas for maintenance, and we say that that's maintenance, which means we already get good scores there, and we want to make sure we keep getting good scores. The number one area for maintaining things are the most important ones to people. That's the rec facilities, the library, and the parks and green spaces. Secondary for maintenance, these areas also get good scores, but they're not super impactful on the overall ratings of the town. And they're in that top left box there. Okay, so what's cool about this analysis is we don't ask people what's important because they're going to say everything is important. Like I said, hey, can you rate the public library service on a scale from 1 to 10? They say it's a 10. And I said, well, what about fires? And they'll say, oh yeah, that's a 10. This is done differently to avoid that, where we can actually statistically prove that something really is important to them. Okay, let's continue. Here's a recap. 4 things to think about. 1, overall satisfaction with the quality of services is pretty good, 89%. That's a high number. And you saw when we benchmarked that, it was pretty high. Specific services that they are most satisfied with, parks and green space was number 1, 94%. Then they like the harbor and the waterfront and the rec facilities. Least satisfied was that public transit, although I remember that included the don't knows in there. And then you can see a couple other items, the parking and so forth. Third thing was that new slide about sense of belonging. 85% say yes, they're satisfied with their sense of belonging with the community. And then finally, that last 2 points is point 4 in my mind, or point 4 finding, where we looked at what was important to people and performance and found the primary improvement areas were availability of online services, which in my mind is a fairly easy fix. You know, people have trouble finding things on websites and complicated things, all the different services and all the things that you offer through the website can be challenging to make that easy to find. And municipal enforcement, which is a new area for the surveys. Okay, let's go forward to the next slide. We're going to talk about priorities and planning. Let's go to the next slide. So first of all, what do people do in the city? Well, I can tell you that they all visit a green space or trailer or park or whatever. That number is unchanged. Was it 89? It's 87, 87. No change in that. What else can I tell you they do? They visit a public park or amenities such as a playground, splash pad, an ice rink, and that's been going up year after year and quite a bit. Now 48 and then 58, 65. I don't know how COVID impacts all that, but in the, COVID started in 2019, really hit late a year after that, whatever. Some of it was still around 2022. I don't know how it affected some of these activities, but we're up to 65% using these facilities. Visit a community center. This has gone up from 2 years ago, which I think was negatively impacted by COVID, because that 41% in 2022 looks out of line. And that's probably the impact of COVID, which means we're pretty much not quite bounced back in terms of the community center usage in this measure. Participate in a recreation or cultural program. That's starting to bounce back. I think it was down in 2022 at 29% as a COVID thing, and then has continued to go up. And some of these COVID things will take time to recover. Okay, let's go to the next slide. So you probably know all of this because you have a lot of discussion about growth and land use planning, I'm sure. But here's what's most important to people. Protecting the character of existing neighborhoods. So you probably knew that. But, and this is the thing that we see in these surveys, but they want diverse housing options, right? Some of these responses may seem contradictory, and people have different things that they're looking for. Third is sustainable development standards, and then it falls off from that. I should mention, I haven't talked about that online survey, but I really have to here, because that crowd, instead of 30% protecting the character of existing neighborhoods, 52% of the online respondents said yes. That's the most important consideration. Okay, let's have this look at this next slide. So this is response to climate change, and we have a big change here. And when we look at this, so protecting parks and maintaining parks and green spaces was the #1 2 years ago, and you can see that kind of thinking as a way of addressing climate. I'm going to go down to the third from the bottom now, and we also had back then 10% saying encouraging reduction of greenhouse emissions. So these have all fallen off, and you can see some new things have come along. So, for example, we did not have use sustainable energy sources before. Now that's popped up, and it's in the #4 spot. It came out of nowhere. Electrified public transit. That's come out of nowhere. So plant more trees. That wasn't mentioned 2 years ago. So the response to climate change is an evolving thing. It's changed a lot from even 2 years ago. Okay, just to recap, let's go to the next one about priorities and planning, just 3 things. So first of all, I showed you the very high, I showed you the usage of different things, and the highest by far was visiting green space or park or trail. Everyone's doing it, 87%. The priorities for growth and planning, we talked about this just a minute ago. It's maintaining existing character of neighborhoods and diversifying housing options. And then finally, we saw the changes in the thinking on climate change, about protecting parks, trails, green spaces down to 8% from a previous 20%. Okay, let's go on to the next topic. This is taxation. Let's go on to the value for tax dollar question. So we asked this question, whether they feel they get good value for their tax dollars. And the numbers are pretty good. Everyone complains about taxes, but when you phrase the question like this, it's value for the tax dollar. They say, yeah, 85 2 years ago. It's down a little bit though. It's now at 80%. And I think that's partly a reflection of the affordability crisis, that people are watching their dollars more because of the higher cost of food and gas and everything else, housing, interest rates and so forth. So they're just watching the value a little bit more. I don't know that this is a reflection of what the town has done in 2 years, but I would say the town is not exempt from the affordability crisis. Taxes is something that people have to afford. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Having said all that decline from 85 to 80%, we're still benchmarking really well on this number. And you can see all sorts of different towns, different sizes, and we're looking pretty good, quite frankly, even though we're down from that super high of 85%. Okay, let's go to the next question. Here we look at, just that continual municipal concern of balancing the level of services and the level of taxation. And we gave people three choices, whether to maintain services or add services, even if it meant increasing taxes, or not increasing taxes, even if it means cutting programs. So the three options are there. So, like I said, maintain existing programs and service levels, even if it means tax or user fees must increase. That's basically the same as 2 years ago and before that also. It's up like 1%. So this group wants to maintain services, even if the taxes are going up. Then there's a smaller group that wants to add new programs and services, even if it means taxes or user fees must increase. And together, they make up 58%. The others they don't want an increase in anything, even if it means cuts. So they've made the trade-off, and you can see the trade-off here. Now, the key of this whole thing, though, is that 58%, when you say to them, what is it? Is it taxes or user fees? They're going to say user fees. So you can see the aversion to taxes even in that group. So, when we said, is it okay to, can we maintain programs, even means increasing taxes or user fees? And that's what they're reacting to. And you can see the number there. Okay, so that gives you the balance of services and taxes. Just to recap, just two things. One, let's go to the next slide. So one, yeah, we're 80% good value. We're still, leader in that and well benchmarked in terms of good value for the tax dollar. We're doing well on that. And what about the issue of increasing or decreasing taxes? 58% say, yeah, we can increase in order to maintain services, but it's increased user fees. It's not actually taxes. Okay. Final section is the information and service usage. Contact with the town. How does that go? Let's go to the next slide. And then the next one after that. So some really very positive numbers here. How do the town employees treat the citizens? Very, very well. Very, very respectfully. You can see those numbers. They're all in the 90s, pretty much going back to 2011. And now they're 92, actually up from 2 years ago. So that's good. Some other things dealing with contact and services with the town. The information is easy to understand. Yeah, looks pretty easy. 88%, same as basically last time. Staff are knowledgeable. These are all in order of getting a good score, being agreeing strongly or somewhat. Employees are knowledgeable. 86% say yeah, we're good with that. Service provided in a timely manner. Yeah, 84 was a little bit down from last time, but not much. Information it was easy to find the information I needed from the town. Now we're starting to get a lower score. Now we're at 82. That is down a bit. This is a problem. Can be a problem finding the right person to speak to and so forth. And finally, you can easily find the right staff and deal with your question or problem. That 78% could look at improving that score and think of what that means. It's just getting people to the right person or getting the right information to the person, to the person. Let's go to the next slide. So here we're looking at use of the town's website, and huge usage, 61% compared to the 2 years ago, and then 3 years ago before that. So way off the chart. Other sources of info about the town or the internet, and whether that partly includes the website or not, I don't know. It could, right? So social media is actually a little bit less important than in previous years. Google, which again is the internet, which could then be your website. So who knows? But your web presence is really important. So if you have any questions about that or doubts about that, it says, yeah, the website is really, really critical, more critical than ever. Okay, satisfaction with the town's website. Let's go to the next slide. It's pretty much the same. It's down a tad. And it's down, unfortunately, in the very satisfied is where it's come off of. And a little bit more dissatisfaction on the other end. But still very, very high. 89, now it's 87. I don't know what you've done in terms of the website. Sometimes you refresh a website and then they were used to the old one, and then there's a little bit of confusion until they get used to the new one. You actually get scores going down. So lots of things can happen with websites. But overall, it's a good score. Okay, let's go and finally recap the information and services. Now, two findings. The employees get excellent scores from the residents. 92% said they were treated with respect. That's gone up from 2 years ago. And the other thing was, I just talked about the importance of the town website, 61%, way higher than we've ever measured on the importance of that, followed by the internet, which I think is another way of saying the website, but I can't say for sure, and social media. Okay, let's go to the next slide. So that's the end of my presentation. That's a summary of the 2024 Community Satisfaction Survey.
Great, thank you very much. We do have questions, as you are aware. First from Councillor Ilgar.
Thank you. Through Acting Mayor Grant, thank you for the presentation. A few questions. If I go back to almost the beginning, small town community family atmosphere. In 2009, I see 35%. In 2022, I see that we're down to 18%. 2 years later, we're down at 12%. What do you attribute that to being the reason for the drop, the way it has, like 6 points in a 2-year period?
So just give me those numbers again.
Yeah, the small town community family atmosphere.
I see.
2009, you were at 35% on the graph, and then in 2024, we're down at 12%. And even the 1 year drop or 2 year drop from 2022, where we went from 18 to 12. That seems like we're really going the wrong way there, and that concerns me. But I'm wondering, what do you think is driving that?
Well, it is concerning. I agree with you. Let me ask you this question. What was the population of the town in 2009 when we did get that 35% score? And what is the population now? I mean, it probably was a smaller town, right?
Okay, then let's go to 2022. How do you explain a 6% drop in 2 years?
That's a little bit harder to explain in that short period of time. I mean, these are perceptions, and I'm not sure what would be driving that. We did, for example, make a change a little bit. We made a finer differentiation of these open-ended responses. That's why you get these additional categories here, whether some of those were previously had something to do with the atmosphere. For example, now we've got clean, friendly neighborhoods. That could be part of family atmosphere. Could be pleasant downtown. We now have that as a separate category. I can't say there was no overlap with those responses. I think what we need to say is it's worth noting and thinking about in the future. We can't say there's a trend here because, we only have 2 years of data, but it's
Well-
something to think about for
Well,
sure.
what I notice is the trend from 2009, it's a steady slope downwards, 35, 30, 28, 25, 20, 22, 18, and down to 12. I think there's definitely a slope, so I guess that's something we can look at. Further down, parks, recreation, sports, teams. 2009, we were at 26%. We were flatlined right until 2022 at 28%, which is fairly good. 2024, we dropped off, we're down at 9%, from 28% to 9%. Do we
So that-
drill down to find out why that is?
Yeah, so that I can't explain. So it's partly an artifact of the categorization that we do because prior to this year, the first item, that 16%, we're on slide 7 if the others are looking at this. We started measuring green spaces separately from parks. So that previous category was parks, recreation, sports, teams. Now we have a category called green spaces. We have another category called parks. So now this is really now more a measure of recreation, sports, and teams, because the parks are now measured in other categories.
So it's the recreation, sports, and teams that are driving it down from 28 to 9.
Yeah, it's not really driving it
Okay.
down. It's just how we had cataloged it. It's just a cataloging. And before we put parks in with sports and recreation, and now we've taken it out.
Okay, not sure that's really the way I see it, but okay. If we go into changing quality of life, where 37% say it's become worse than 2022. Can you expand on why that is, why that would be? Any idea? Like, I'm just trying to figure out, as you drill down on summaries, how we get to understand it better as a council around here, so that we know what to do or what we should be looking for.
Well, this is a perceptual thing because when we actually compare the absolute ratings between 2022 and 2024 in the previous slides, it hasn't gone down, or if it has, it's just been a little bit. But this is a perceptual thing. My theory here is that post-COVID, people are feeling a little bit anxious about things. We've got the affordability crisis, housing, gas, food, etc. And that is part of their quality of life. And it may not be specific to Oakville, but it is part of their quality of life. And so we're going to get lower scores. But again,
Okay.
it's relatively speaking.
Okay. Going forward, affordable housing has gone from 2009 to at 3% to 26%. I am really glad to see that you have this slide highlighted here, because we keep hearing there's a shortage of housing. And I think it's catching on its own life, and I think this really points out it's not a shortage of housing, it's a shortage of affordability, and that's key. So I thank you for highlighting that. Couple more. Hang on. Oh, my concern with the town government. Now, is the government, is that our council? Because I see we've gone from, in 2019, we were at 77%, in 2022, we're at 76, but then 2024, we've gone down to 63%, a 13% reduction. Is that targeting council as how the perception is from the general public?
No, we would have to actually use the word council in the question to get a measure on council per se.
Okay.
It's
What,
the town as a whole.
so this is, when it says Oakville government, what is that?
It's the town.
It's the town. So that's like council and the staff, because we're supposed to be directing
Yeah.
staffs? Okay. The last one, change in quality of life, more than 59% say it's become worse. That was my last question. How, based on your, everything you've seen and what that's a pretty strong statement. Any explanation, what we're really doing wrong and what we can do better, just to try to help us out here?
In terms of quality of life,
Yeah, change in quality of life. 59% say it has become worse, is what you're saying on page 229 of the 10,042 agenda here. And I'm not sure what, oh, it's page 66 from on your, the present of what's in the package.
yeah, that number actually is from the online survey. So those individuals, the highly engaged individuals that went online and did the online survey, so it's not part of the statistical survey. They're feeling that the quality of life has become worse. Major difference between them and everybody else.
Okay. Okay. Well, no, I appreciate it, and I appreciate the survey because I think it helps us focus on things that our residents are concerned about. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Councillor Knoll?
Thank you. Can you expand on the distinction between the telephone survey versus, or the self-reporting survey versus the scientific survey, just for the sake of clarifying it for anybody who might be listening to those rather stark differences?
Yeah. Yeah. So the telephone survey is a random survey. So what we do is we dial phone numbers at random, both landlines and cell phones. And everyone in the town literally has an equal probability of being surveyed by us. And whether you get surveyed or not, it's just the luck of the draw. Totally random. The online survey was a link on the town website that then went to our server where we collected the information. This is actually the choice of the person to whether they want to do it or not. You can't in the telephone survey volunteer to do it because we wouldn't accept that. We are picking who's going to be in it. This other one is self-selection. They pick themselves to be in the survey. We have it there as an option for people who say, hey, why didn't I get called for the survey? And we would say, oh, well, it's the luck of the draw, sorry. But they still may want to have their comments noted somewhere. They tend to be, I think, the type of individuals that come out to your community meetings and are highly motivated or involved or whatever. But it's not a scientific survey.
Why, you made the comment earlier on during the presentation that those folks are somewhat more negative. Can you explain that? What that means exactly? Or why they be somewhat more negative?
It means that when we look at the scores or the different answers to the questions that I just went over tonight, almost always, if not always, they are more negative in their response. So as we outlined earlier about where we looked at that 59% saying that the quality of life has gone down, gotten worse, that compared to only 37% in the general population. That's what I meant by that.
Right, but why would they be more negative?
Why would they be?
Yeah, why do those numbers look so much more negative than this and than the scientific survey?
Well, that's like a sociological question of who makes up the that group, and it could be it could be that they're not happy, so they're more motivated to go online and do the survey than people who are content with the way things are. You know, the theory used to be that people with extreme positions would take the time to go online and do an online survey. A telephone survey is easy. You're at home and the phone rings, you pick it up, you do it. This group, the other group, has to first of all know about the survey because they're not getting called by us. They have to know about it, so they have to be that at least engaged with the town. To know about it, they have to take the time to go to the town website, find the link, actually do the survey. The theory was that people with extreme opinions would be more motivated, both more negative and more positive. But in this day and age, people aren't going to take the time to tell you what a great job you're doing. So I think it's because of that they're more motivated. Right? That's why they will take the time to do the online survey.
Well, let me say right now that I think you're doing a great job. So there, I'm breaking the trend. I'm curious though, in terms of the two survey types, which would be the most accurate in terms of being able to use for our planning or for an accurate judgment of the operations of the municipality?
So, you know, we do get this question a lot, and it really is the first. The telephone survey is a random reflection of everybody. And it has like a margin of error that we can assign to a plus or minus. I didn't get into this, 3%, all that good stuff. And the other survey is useful. You know, if you're wondering how the highly engaged are thinking about an issue and how they see things, then you can look at the other survey. Those are the highly engaged. And I do think they're more likely to come out to community meetings and everything else.
Okay. A couple more specific questions, specifically the library. The library statistics, I serve as chair of the library, and so we're always very proud of our numbers, and we're usually right up there 1 or 2, or sometimes as low as 3, but dropping down this low is a little jarring. I'm wondering, where would we sit if you took out that 12%? Because I mean, like fire services or public transit, there's always a percentage of people that have no knowledge in which they can answer the question. How would that sit if you were to take it out? Because the comparator, for example, parks, not that we're competing with parks, but the comparator of parks is 1% did not know versus library at 12%.
Do you know what slide you're on?
Ooh, early in the deck. See if I can get there faster than you.
Okay, just give me a sec to find those numbers again. Okay, I found them.
Oh, okay.
If we took out the group that don't use the library and said don't know,
Yeah.
You're asking me, then the number would be up about 1 or 2 points higher than the 83. It would be 84, 85%.
Okay. So we need to take that message back to the board and try to understand that better. Following up on the comment from Councillor Elgar, I share the same concern about this drop in small town community feel. This is probably a better question to staff than to you, but before I go to staff with this, can we see the ward tables to help understand this better? Because I'm curious where those numbers come from. Is there a skewing in a particular part of the town over another? Is it possible to see those ward-specific data tables?
So we did generate them. I don't know if they're available tonight, but they were generated.
I don't need them tonight. I think that's research project after, homework after the council meeting. If we can get that, that'd be great. And then to the staff, I guess, this is obviously this is a very significant drop, which is highlighted by Councillor Elgar as well. Is there a way that we could spend some time really digging into this to understand this better? What's leading to this and how we can potentially work to correct it?
Through you, Acting Mayor. Yes, we can. We will take that back to see what we can look into that. And we can compare it with our census information as well. There's a few data sets that we can pull together to see what we can find out.
Okay. And our friend said that the data tables were, I guess they're provided to the town staff. Can they be provided to council so we can have a look at them to see some of those crosstabs?
I will confirm if this is indeed included in your ward-specific results. If it is not, we will make sure that you have access to
I'm
it.
not as interested, the warp specific would be interesting, but it's more region specific. I'm just curious if there's a differentiation between, you know, I'd imagine there is, between new build communities versus older established communities. Okay, thank you for that. I have two last things. Satisfaction with sense of belonging, which is page 34. I only see 1 year measured here. Did we not measure this in other years for comparator?
No, this is a new question.
Okay. That's a good question. I'm just curious why we didn't have the other one. And I'm sorry, just to jump back at the libraries a bit. When we look at I forgot, I didn't write the page number down. There's a table, or there's a tab here that talks about use of facilities. So I wish I had written the page number down. And it talks about, you know, how often people use the rec centers, et cetera. But it didn't specifically say libraries. Did we have that information? Was that part of the data set? Or was it specifically just grouped in that category?
Let me just look at that. I think it wasn't asked, but let me have a look. Just give me a second.
Sure.
On this one.
I think it's page 39.
I can jump in here real quick through the acting mayor. So, Lauren, this is in the presentation itself, slide 26. So we did only ask the questions as they were presented on the screen. So within the past 12 months, how often have you done each of the following activities? And we gave them 4 options to rate their frequency between never and I go frequently. So if libraries, it would probably be lumped into something like, depending on the interpretation of the respondent on the telephone, either like visiting a community center or other town facility. That could be where libraries are lumped in, or like participating in a recreation or cultural program, whether virtual, in person, or somewhere offered at a town facility. That it could be lumped in there too, because I know public libraries offer a wide range of programs and services as well. So we didn't ask specifically about how frequently they do go to the library.
Okay, that's helpful. Just a quick comment at the end of this. I don't want anybody to perceive my questions, which tended to question on more negative pieces, to suggest this is in any way a negative result. I think this is obviously a very positive report on the state of the town of Oakville. There's just some areas that it's good to know about, and it's good to have this as a tool to say these areas need to work on. So I'm looking at it more as opportunities for improvement rather than a condemnation of the survey. I think that I feel pretty proud of this. I think the staff in particular have done a great job, and like I said before, see, I'm trying to break that trend that you never talk about good things. So I think the staff have done a great job running the town. I think we've done a reasonable job, and certainly our pollster did a good job. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Councillor Knoll. And to Councillor Giddings now.
Through you, Chair. This may be a question to start off with for staff. On page 159 of 1042 on tonight's agenda, it talks about areas identified for improvement, our availability of online services, comma, municipal enforcement. And then it goes on to mention a few others. On the following page, findings highlight 2 primary areas of improvement: municipal enforcement and availability of online services. Just looking for clarification on that one.
Give me 1 second. I'm just trying to find the. Is that on? Find the reference.
Yeah, it's on page 2 of 6 of the report, or 159 if you're working on the large telephone book sized.
It's the Toronto director.
So I see the reference of the gap analysis, which shows municipal enforcement and availability of online services. You're comparing that slide to?
It's not the slide, it's the commentary and findings. The statistical gap analysis was done to gauge the difference between satisfaction, and it talked about findings highlight 2 primary areas of improvement: municipal enforcement and availability of online services. Just looking for the analysis on that one to help me understand.
Why they ended up in this category?
Well, it appears that there was room for improvement on one side, and the other side says they were top of the class.
So we did, I can speak to, I'll speak first to online services. We did talk about that when we first got our results. As Lauren showed, website satisfaction, I made a few notes on this even during his presentation. Online availability, satisfaction with that is 76%. We saw this explosive growth in using the website to access information, going from 33% to 61%. And the website satisfaction being 87%. And you're right, when I saw online services on there, my initial reaction was, that seems odd. As we talk that out, though, what we suspect is with more and more use of online, expectations are now continuing to increase. So I think it is showing that we are going in the right direction by really focusing on our online services. This has been in our digital plan. Online services has been our key area of focus. But with more use comes more expectation. We often talk about the Amazon experience, and that's what people are used to, which isn't necessarily the similar experience they get through our online services. So as we move forward with our improvements, we really have to think about how to close that gap in terms of what more do people want to see in terms of improvement. So still, I had the same observations, still a little more work to do to dig into that a bit more.
Well, and thank you for that. The good news is people can access online whenever it's convenient for them, morning, noon, the middle of the night. Any sense of whether our calls to Service Oakville have dropped at all? Like, are people driven to online and their do-it-yourself menu, or what effect is it having with phone calls coming in?
So there is a report coming in May to council, actually, that will talk a little bit about that. Phone does remain by far the number one. We are starting to see some increases in online, which we do expect to see. The number one service, though, that Service Oakville continues to deal with is tax payment, tax questions. That service is coming out later this year, I believe. And so with every new service that we implement, we would expect to see the online increase. I don't have it off the top of my head, but you will see that at next month's council.
I look forward to that report. Okay. With municipal enforcement, during the pandemic, we saw a lot more calls. People were obviously spending a lot of time at home, and people were very frustrated, if I can put it that way. The only concern with municipal enforcement, I take the biggest driver would be response times.
This one we have to look into a bit more. So we haven't had the opportunity to have any conversations with municipal enforcement on this to dig into what we think this means. We're not sure if is it response time, they want more service in this area, or is it in fact too much? We don't know that, but it is something that we're going to have to figure out.
Or expectations created as a result of the pandemic.
Yes.
All right. The survey talks about parking. I was just curious in terms of, is it neighborhood parking or BIA parking? Because they're two very different concerns that are expressed to us on an ongoing basis. Just wondering if that would help provide us some direction in terms of where we should concentrate some of our assets.
Wynn, can I ask you to confirm the wording on that question, please?
Yeah, so it is unfortunately a little bit ambiguous. The statement was just read out as availability of parking, so it doesn't specify the exact type of parking. So that's just left up to, again, the interpretation of the respondent when they're providing their response.
Thank you for that. That leads me to my next question, further to Councillor Knoll's query, in terms of the individual data by ward. My sense is that in our area, or in Ward 1 or 2, it could be BIA driven. In other areas, it might be on-street parking. Will we have that availability of the data for us to look at it?
Yes, so when you get the ward results, it will be by each question. Wynn, can you just clarify that while you're here?
Yep. Every single question option will be broken down by every single ward, so you'll be able to see the full distribution.
And will we be able to look at, I assume there are going to be some asterisks coming up based on the number of responses by ward, depending on the question asked?
Yeah, most questions were asked to all individuals. So like we tried really hard to try to get 100 to 115 per ward, which the ward that was lacking in completes was Ward 7 specifically, just because it's a newer area, smaller population, and historically it has been also a challenge to receive completes by that ward. So you'll be dealing with a population size for your individual wards between 17 and 100 and something. So, but yeah, take all those results with a grain of salt, because we like to look at the whole cohesive collective data set in order to make decisions, because once you parse it down by the ward level, even 100 respondents gives you a margin of error of plus or minus 10%, meaning that if you were to do this exact same survey again, your results, if you were to get 80% from Ward 1, it could in reality be a 90% or a 70% just because of how small the sample size is. So just keep those results in mind, and then it will let you know too within the data if the whole population of the 805 globally was asked this question or not, but in most cases they were.
Now, I appreciate the detail, because I think all of us as councillors are going to, we care about everybody, but we may jump to our individual ward numbers first, if I can put it that way. Are you able to share how many respondents there were by ward?
It ranged. So I think the lowest one was, and you know what, let me see if I can actually pull this up and give it to you. So I have proportions in front of me, not raw figures, but from Ward 1, 16, like unweighted, 16% of the population was from there. Ward 2, 17%. Ward 3 was 13. Ward 4 was 19. Ward 5 was 18. Ward 6 was 14. And Ward 7 was 1. So they do range anywhere between 17, and I think the highest was 130 maybe. I'll have to check that number of people. But the information that you will be getting will have both the proportion, the percent, and also the raw numbers as well. So when you're interpreting the data as well, just note where there's, especially Ward 7, take that with a grain of salt, because your 17 or so people are divided further when they distribute their answer options.
And would that have age?
Yeah, we can append, if the data doesn't already have it, what we can do is append both ward and age to the data files. I don't think what we can do is, for each question, we can't do age within ward, but actually when you cross-reference the age demographics with the ward, like you'll be able to see your demographic breakout by ward, but you won't be able to see, okay, for those who answered this question within this ward and now within these demographics within this ward, like that's too much of a level of detail that you can't get from your population size for each ward, but you will be able to see your demographic distribution segmented by the wards.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And we'll move on to Councillor Lischina.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Bazinov. My question is regarding benchmarking comparisons. So you used an Ontario city and Ontario town less than 150,000. So in 2024, Oakville was about 220 214. So I realize you're showing us the 2021 census, but is there anything you could have been, first of all, would another 50,000 make a difference? Sounds like the
You know,
small town feel
I really don't,
changed.
actually.
You don't think so?
No.
Okay, thank you.
And I think we can disclose because we did this research ourselves. So what we wanted to do for you, we did for the Ontario city and town, we did choose those within the Halton region. So you can kind of deduce who's the town and who's the city. And we did field that survey at the same time that you did. So those comparators that you're seeing for Ontario are within your direct area. And they're recent statistics too. So we fielded at the exact same time in 2024. However, the population sizes that we produce, we just go based on what the population size is in 2021, knowing full well that the population size has increased in 2024. StatsCan just doesn't have that data provided yet, so we just default to 2021 figures.
Great. Thank you. Councillor Haslett-Thiel.
Thank you, through you, Acting Mayor Grant. Thank you very much for all the data. I have just a couple statistical questions and then an overall question. So I'm fascinated by the respondent profile because it's showing us that 80% of the 52% said that they were working in Halton are actually working in either Oakville or Burlington, which is an interesting sort of reflection when we think about how much we have a perception of the GO train. That number just seems to be off, but it is what it is. I'm also curious because of the balance of the number of children in a household. A large part of this survey, almost 70%, did not have children. And yet when you reflect on the fact that they've commented about recreation, it may very well reflect a need within the seniors community and or an opportunity in the future to make sure that the growing number of families in Oakville, we find a way to reach them. My real question is around belonging. So I'm thrilled that the number comes across very positively. But when I look at the forum survey and I look at StatsCan, can you just explain to me what you mean by 2024 and then you've got U/W and 2024 W/T? It's on page 59 of the actual presentation materials.
Yeah, through Acting Mayor, I can take that question. So the U/W, that just stands for the unweighted data set. So that is the raw, just like the natural fallout of who we talk to over the telephone. And then the W/T, that's the weighted total. So once we weight the data, and we only weighted it based on age and gender, and then you can see too, though, how the figures change between the UW and the WT tables throughout. Even just weighting, making sure that your age and gender proportions match your population, it corrects for the rest of the demographic distribution that we see. That makes it more closely matched to Statistics Canada as well. But the results that were reported on throughout the entire report were based on the weighted data.
Okay. So the reason for my question is that if you look at StatsCan census and you look at ethnicity, the StatsCan indicates that we have a higher level of ethnicity in different brackets. And I think one of the intentions about belonging was to make sure that we're inclusive of all those that make up the town. And it looks like we haven't been able to capture as many as we would like to ensure that we hear their reflection about belonging. And I don't know the answer to this. I think it is a challenge because it is a random survey. And we've heard that perhaps some individuals found it difficult to complete. I think it's incumbent upon us to find that solution in the next 2 years when we go to do this, because feeling a sense of belonging, I mean, we hope that everybody feels a sense of belonging, but I'd like to be able to rely on it being line up a little bit closer to what StatsCan is telling us. And my final comments are just in terms of the analysis and the opportunities. What I really valued was that you recognize that when we're really strong in something, like parks and green space, that we should maintain, if not, like hold on to that strength, because that makes us a special place. And thank you very much for taking the time tonight to share all the details with us.
Thank you very much. Councillor Adams.
Thank you very much for the presentation, the materials. It's fascinating, like it is every 2 years. And there's lots of good stuff, and there's lots of places to improve. And so I appreciate all of it. I have two questions for you. One is one that's been touched on already, which is how can we fix the lack of response that's coming from the north of Dundas Ward 7 area specifically, but there's going to be more of it in the future. Is that related to cell phone access? Is it demographic related? What's causing that, and what can we do in our surveying process to fix it for the future? Because it's going to be obviously it's going to be an ongoing issue, it appears. And I don't remember having the same issues around lack of response from other growth areas or other areas that are relatively speaking new. So I'm looking at, for example, in Ward 6, we've got new development up there, but our figures are, now we've got lots of areas that are older, of course, but and it does make me wonder whether the Ward 6 survey is entirely from the existing older parts of the ward as opposed to the newer parts. What can you tell me about that?
We have to look into, within the ward, what part of the ward, if we have that information, we can actually get back to you on that. In terms of getting a higher response rate in that one ward, I think we need to rethink the methodology, perhaps just for that one ward. And I think that we can actually fix this problem with a slightly different methodology for that one ward.
And is it a cell phone issue? What is it? What's caught, like, do you see the same thing in other new growth areas, or is it special to us?
In my mind, it's special to you guys because it's always that one ward. We did this survey 2 years ago, and really, I sort of just kicked myself. We should have solved this problem for this year because exactly the same thing happened. But I really think we could actually solve this problem. But
Okay.
it may require a different methodology.
We'll put that on the work plan for next time. My second question is there was a little bit of discussion about the issue agenda page on page 28, where you've got the list of top of mind issues, basically, and the top one has been growing was the affordable housing one. And I wondered, has there ever been any effort to drill down on that question the same way that we've drilled down on other questions? We had an open-ended question around what's the response to climate change, what should we do about it, kind of thing. Has there been the same kind of question within our surveys around the affordable housing issue, where people could tell us, well, really it should be the federal government funding new affordable housing, or the province, or you should change your zoning, or you should do whatever, but has there been that kind of open-ended questioning? And has it been done in other similar communities? And if so, what have they said?
Not to my knowledge. We do quite a few. We do quite a few of these community surveys. This is a relatively newer issue, and but there's no reason why we couldn't in the future look into it in more detail, the way we did with the climate change.
Okay, then given that it's risen to the top of our issues list here, I would say that's another matter for further work the next time we go at it. So that's it. Thanks very much.
Continue with first-time speakers. Councillor Shea.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have a question. So Councilor Adams already touched about the Ward 7's lack of response. So for the telephone survey, it's only 2%, and for the online, it's 1%. My question, another question. So that's common. So you have the online survey sample is 782. So for my understanding, so this is something the sample size is a little bit small than I expected. So my question is, and also to our staff, how we can improve those response, how we can get more residents, not townwide or special north or something. So can we get a more response? How we can improve this for the next survey? I don't know what's the data size, the sample 2 years ago. So to compare it will be more response or is less response from the survey, the two size of sample. Thank you.
I think we'll have to get back to you on the comparison of sample sizes between this year and 2 years ago.
I'm actually trying to pull this up in real time. Give me one moment, and I can see if I can find this. Okay, so in 2022, I believe the online proportion was 500. So 598 people completed the survey, and this year 783. I'm just looking at the raw figures here. So you're already seeing an increase of almost 200 people interested in completing the online survey this year compared to 2022.
Okay.
And in terms of what you can do in order to even continue to increase that that number moving forward is just to continuously promote the survey online. So whether that we know that people are using your website, maybe you have a pop-up immediately as soon as people go to your website, promote this on social media and your most active social media channels, and even the frequency in which you promote it. You could also do that.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Yes, for my personal expectation, so for our side, this town population, we should have the online at least double size sample. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. And Councillor Nanda? Who we cannot hear? I'm sorry, we still cannot hear you. Can we get some technical help on this, please? All right, well, apologies. I'm certainly, staff will be available for you later if you have to ask questions offline. That brings us down to second-time speakers, Councillor Algar.
Thank you. Through Acting Mayor Grant. A lot of good questions, and it's actually Councillor Adams touched on it, but I need a little more information. I would like to know how we are getting the cell phone numbers that you can call the people, because it used to be very easy to do surveys. You go to the telephone book. Now, as I heard you say, you randomly call the telephone numbers. Where are you getting the cell phone numbers for those individuals?
So there are databases of cell phones by geographic area, and I won't get into the details of it, but there are ways of doing that, actually.
So or somebody who has a 416 cell phone number that you know for sure they live in Oakville?
Well, as you say, we don't know for sure because it's a cell phone and people keep their cell phones. So the first question in the survey is, do you live in Oakville? Just to confirm that to solve that problem.
But you're misunderstanding my question. My question is, where do you pick up the 416 cell phone numbers for the people that live in Oakville? How do you get that information?
I can try to answer this question. So we base it's not based on area code. It's more so based on CMA or Census Metropolitan Area. So we can kind of pull numbers and from a specific area. There is a downside, like it's more accurate than 416 because that's usually signaling Toronto, and depending where it's basically like depending where someone first bought their cell phone, we can kind of target the area based on that. The downside to that, as Lauren kind of mentioned, is we can't know for sure. We just have our best guess of narrowing down the pool of digits to dial based on CMA. Once we do that, that's why we confirm, and it's usually like a 30-to-1 ratio of like calling cell phones to in order to get someone to complete the survey that way, because a lot of people terminate themselves out, because as a lot of us do, once we get our cell phone number, we keep that forever no matter where we move to. So it's more difficult to have people complete the survey through cell phone than it is on landline. However, we do make sure to at least ensure a minimum 60% of our sample is coming from the cell phone versus the landline, because there are more cell phones available than landline only households. We don't want to exclude landline only households, so we dial both, but we ensure that we talk to more cell phone respondents than we do landline respondents. If I helped answer your question.
Well, yes and no. I think a number of people in Ward 7 have moved from outside of Oakville, and they have purchased their cell phones. It could be anywhere east, to say Toronto, Ajax, Pickering, or numerous areas. I don't know how you would pick up that cell phone, and that's my question. How are you doing that? And if you're getting a low response from calling, I would suspect you're probably not able to call those people. That's my concern, is maybe the technology we're using is a little outdated now, because if I bought my phone in Toronto, I'm not sure you would know that I lived in Oakville. And if you do know, I'd love to know how you do that. I thank you.
We don't have all the answers, just the best we can do with the limitations of cell phone research. And yeah, I'm not sure, Lauren, if you have anything else to add to that.
No, it's a good question and something for us to think about. And I think we may have a way of dealing with it, but we need to think about it a little bit more.
When you find out that way, just don't tell all the telemarketers that are calling either, because an awful lot of people don't have the telemarketing as much since they cut off their personal their lines at home. So I thank you.
Very good. Nobody share his phone number with the telemarketers. All right, that looks like we've cleared up all the questions from council. If we have anybody in the audience who has questions based on the community satisfaction survey, you can come forward now. And seeing none, I will confine that to table. All right, anybody like to move this? Councillor Knoll, excellent. All in favor? Great. It looks like everybody approved. So we will now move on to the final Inclusion, Diversity, Equity, and Accessibility Multi-Year Plan for 2024 to 2028. It's item 10.2. We do have a presentation if council wants. And I'm seeing some people nod that we would like to have our presentation. Okay, thank you.
Okay, hello again. I am here to present the final Inclusion, Diversity, Equity, and Accessibility Multi-Year Plan, IDEA for short. So we have been to council several times over the last few years on the development of this plan, including through a presentation that was done by the Canadian Centre for Diversity and Inclusion back in December, who presented the draft plan. Getting here has been a comprehensive process, and we've undertaken significant public consultation throughout. The work of IDEA is not new to the town. However, it does represent our first system-wide approach that looks both at our workplace and our community. At its core, this work is about community belonging, which is one of Council's key strategic priorities and supports Council's vision of a vibrant and livable community for all. Our work on this has been very methodical over the last few years, and we undertook a series of reviews, assessments, and public consultations. As noted, we engaged CCDI, a leader in developing diversity and inclusion initiatives, to help us build this plan. The part of this slide that I would like to highlight is the significant public consultation conducted throughout this process. First, we engaged our community groups. Staff conducted 21 virtual focus groups and interview sessions with representatives from over 60 community groups, including those focused on faith, culture, social services, youth, and healthcare, among others. The second phase included broad engagement with the Oakville community through an online service and in-person efforts by staff who reached out to residents associations and businesses, as well as attended in-person locations such as the Oakville Go, food banks, and town community centers. Over 600 online surveys were completed. And it was through these consultations, along with the notes here on this slide, that our draft plan was formed. So before you today is the final approval of the actual plan. It includes 40 actions under 4 strategic goals to move us forward in our idea journey. And it is very much a journey. Each action has an associated time frame for completion, and staff will report annually to council on our progress against the plan. Following the council meeting back in December, we did offer the community a final opportunity for feedback on that draft plan. And we received input by email, phone, and a dedicated online feedback form. And comments were also expressed on social media. And through this, we received almost 300 comments in total. And in our review of the comments received, 8 themes can be observed, which are shared here. And these themes, unlike what we received during the public consultation process, did take a more negative turn. Of the feedback that was specific to the plan and what is within our scope of influence, we did make some adjustments, as noted here, mainly focused on some additions, some clarifications, and some revised timing. And those are all highlighted in the attached plan so people can see exactly where we made those changes. Next steps, upon approval of the plan by council, we would be looking to roll out the plan both internally and externally. There is a staff component to this as well as a public component, and staff are already working on several of the 2024 actions, and we will be continuing the momentum that we've been building on this over the last several years. As I said, this is not a new undertaking for the town. It is our chance, though, to have that one overarching plan finalized for us. So with that, I would be happy to answer any questions, and I do have some of my director colleagues here as well that are available.
Great, thank you very much. Do we have any questions from the members of council? Oh, Councillor Haslett-Thiel.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, Acting Mayor Grant. I have just a couple questions. One is on page 278 of the 1,042 pages, it says, within the annual training calendar include cultural competence training for non-senior leaders. It's got a 2026 time frame. And one of the things that concerns me is I fully appreciate there is have to select the vendor, have to think through how the complexity of what, why, and how you're going to build the training program. But it seems like a fairly far out date when you consider that the joy of coming to work is a sense of feeling like you belong, and that the folks that work with you understand in some part who you are or what you may be all about. So is there an opportunity to move that timing?
Hello, through you, Acting Mayor Grant. Certainly, we are working on those programming as we speak. We do offer courses now, and we continue to build that foundation. The plan is to have it completed by that date. So it is a work in progress as as we go forward. It's not to start then.
So the other is, it talks about leader training in 2025. Is that sort of Q1, Q2, 2025? Sorry, Susan, it's just really like it.
So our plan this year is to build that out and to identify a training program to then look to launch it as early as we can in 2025 and to get it started.
Thanks very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions from council? All right, we'll move to delegations then. Before the first delegation, I would like to remind everyone here that council has read all your comments related to the plan. What would be most helpful to us tonight is for the speakers to focus remarks on the substance of the IDEA multi-year plan, what we've just heard the report about. Please avoid any defamatory allegations, towards anyone, or defamatory, against anyone or any member of council, or you'll be ruled out of order, and we'll ask you to stop speaking. Should you have an issue with the conduct of a member of council, you can choose to take it to the Integrity Commissioner, and we will certainly support getting you to that spot if you need. Nevertheless, with that all said, we'll call our first delegation, please.
The first delegation, we're taking this a little out of order, is Lama Agad from the Multicultural Community Association.
Please come to the front. You have 10 minutes.
Hello. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. My name is Lama Agad, and I am the president of the newly founded Multicultural Community Association. In Appendix B of Agenda Item 10.2, it lists community feedback on diversity, equity, and accessibility, multi-year plan on the theme of the Israel-Hamas war, impacting members of the community and Oakville residents. There is disappointment with the handling of delegates at the December 18 and 2023 and January 29th, 2024 council meetings. Some of the comments listed in Appendix B for the agenda are as follows. Immediate termination of Rob Burton. His actions were racist. This town deserves...
Well, we understand, sorry. We have read the comments. If we leave names out, that would be lovely.
Sure, but I'm reading word-to-word comments. I didn't write them. I'm just reading whatever is on the appendix, which is posted on Oakville, the town of Oakville's website. But that's fine. I'll respect that. On February 1st, 2024, I started myself a petition calling for Mayor Burton to resign due to the events at the January 29th, 2024 council meeting. He removed an agenda item leading to not allowing 24 registered delegates, including myself, to speak about a very important issue to them during the January 29, 2024 council meeting. In doing so, Mayor Burton stated, "It also appears some members of the public may see the meeting tonight about the item as a platform to use to promote hatred and divisive anti-Semitic views with the intentions to give comforts to Gazans fighting Israel." He also said delegations tonight appear to be intending to be problematic too. Mayor Burton also showed bias in his decision to remove the agenda item at the January 29, 2024, because he allowed a similar topic to proceed in a council meeting on February 29, 2022. It appears that the actions of Mayor Burton breached the rights of the registered delegates under the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, including under sections dealing with their fundamental freedoms and equity rights. Mayor Burton did not treat the registered delegations with respect and therefore breached Section 6 of the Council Code of Conduct, which states, conduct at committee and council. During committee and council meetings, members shall conduct themselves with decorum by demonstrating respect for the delegates and for fellow members. Members shall be courteous and not distract from the business of committee or council meetings. Members shall not enter into debate with delegates, presenters, and may be called upon the committee mayor as per section 13.4. Section 226.1 of the Municipal Act 2001, S.0.2001, C.25 deals with the expectations of the head of council and CEO of the town, which rule is held by Mayor Burton. It appears Mayor Burton's recent actions breach Section 226.1 B and D. Section B states, promote public involvement in the municipality's activities, and Section D states, participate in and foster activities that enhance the economic, social, and environmental well-being of the municipality and its residents. Mayor Burton's presumption that delegations plan to use the meeting as a platform to promote hatred and divisive anti-Semitic views was not just disrespectful, but also unfounded, dangerous, offensive, harmful, and slanderous. What's so funny? I mean, our community is hurting, and there's 40,000 people slaughtered in Gaza. So if you guys find this funny,
sorry, if we
honestly,
can get less audience reaction, and also we're getting deep into a territory where you might want to see the integrity commissioner instead of speak to us.
yeah, we have already also requested the investigation of the.
So, although I realize that you're talking to Appendix B, is there anything specific to the IDEA plan that you would like to comment on? I understand it takes a lot to come to council to speak.
Yes.
So I appreciate that, but if we could keep it to topic.
I think this is exactly the topic. Like I'm
All right,
pointing.
well, continue on, please. Your time is still.
I'm trying. Mayor Burton's presumption that delegations plan to use the meeting to platform to promote hatred and divisive anti-Semitic views was not just disrespectful, but also unfounded, dangerous, offensive, harmful, and slanderous. It put me, my career, and many other Oakvillians at risk and are subjected to further Palestinian racism from the radical and extremist Zionist lobbies in Canada that are actually the reason of why our politicians, including the mayor, are acting like that with us, and they don't feel any shame systematically targeting us. The breach the council code of conduct, as he did not show respect for the registered delegates. In Mayor Burton's opening statement on January 29th council meeting, he stated that we want our future here in Oakville to be equitable and inclusive for everyone. The registered delegates did not feel inclusive. I didn't feel included myself as an Oakvillian, as a resident here for 25 years. Mayor Burton showed bias in his decision to remove agenda item 10.1, commitment to community and global peace, considering that a precedent was set in the past when this council unanimously passed a motion moved by Councillor Natalia Liachena and seconded by Mayor Burton on February 28, 2022, to recognize Ukraine's sovereignty and support Canada's effort to assist that nation. It is our view that Mayor Burton breached our rights under Section 2 and 15 of the Charter by restricting our right to freedom of expression, and his actions and words were discriminatory. Due to all of these factors, I request that the petition relating to the demand for Mayor Burton to resign, which to date has 2,058 signatures, should be considered by members of council and added to the official record for the town of Oakville. As indicated, this petition should be received by council and the town clerk and become part of the public record and added to the Town of Oakville website. I've already sent to the town clerk the information of the petition entitled "Sign here if Mayor Burton should be required to resign." I've also included in the email the signatures and all the comments, which is being provided pursuant to Section 11 of the Oakville Procedure Bylaw number 2020-011. Further, to the council meeting on April 29, 2024, and as a registered delegate, I will be introducing the petition during my delegation. So yeah, which I have already did. Thank you very much. That's all what I need.
Thank you. Great, thank you very much. Any questions? No? All right. Can we have a next delegation, please?
Next delegation is Najwa Shafee.
And you have 10 minutes.
Good evening, Town Council. My name is Nejwa. I'm a proud Oakville resident, and as a young woman residing in this town, I'm very excited to be engaging with local officials today on the IDEA plan and to contribute to Oakville. Town Council is unable to answer any of my emails, so I'm glad I'm here in person so I can be heard. I would like to acknowledge that Appendix A of the multi-year plan has numerous goals identified, with Goal 3 being focused on the proactive development of programming, activities, and significant events that advocate IDEA interests in the community. This goal entails developing a truth and reconciliation action plan, designing community programs based on consultation with the community and representation of diverse groups, and developing an IDEA recognition policy to recognize different awareness campaigns, important dates, and so on. I would like to strongly encourage our town to consult with the Palestinian community that resides here in Oakville, who are indigenous to Palestine and work towards commemorating Nakba Day. Nakba Day is on May 15th and marks the anniversary of the mass displacement of Palestinians that occurred in 1948 to make room for settlers from around the world to form the colonial state of Israel. Item 10.2 on the IDEA plan is discussing the final Inclusion, Diversity, and Equity Accessibility Multi-Year Plan for 2024 to 2028, in which Appendix B highlighted the community and staff feedback on the multi-year plan. The outcome and town staff response section of Appendix B recognizes that there is work to do. However, there are no tangible action items identified in the IDEA plan in order to fulfill this work. The town staff response section states, and I quote, "We are looking within ourselves and our leadership to set what inclusive leadership looks like and how we can achieve that. A great first step would be for the town council to apologize for perpetuating anti-Palestinian racism." An overwhelming number of responses included community critique of Mayor Burton's rhetoric from January 29th, during which myself and many other community members were baselessly slandered, which is interesting because you open this up talking about defamation, we were defamed. Ultimately, this occurred at a time when the Palestinian community was already at risk and hurting, as members of our community here in Oakville have faced death threats and harassment for our activism. Those threats are currently under investigation by Halton Police. Mayor Burton stated that calling for an end to the bloodshed in Gaza is an international matter, while they're more than happy to commemorate Ukraine Day and Ayodhya Ram Mandir Day, a date celebrated by Hindu nationalists in India that commemorates a temple converted from a mosque after thousands of Muslims were killed in riots. How Ukraine and Hindu nationalism are linked to Oakville, Ontario is unclear, while residents of Oakville who have family members under siege in Gaza right now were dismissed and silenced. I attempted to engage politically here before in Oakville, but because we were a racialized group of residents, we were dismissed and ignored. We thought it was more important to head home during recess than to listen to the concerns of taxpayers. I would also like to reference the land acknowledgement, which was written on page 11 of Appendix A of the IDEA plan, which I would say is an excellent land acknowledgement. It's far better than the land acknowledgement delivered here today and the one that Mayor Burton delivered on January 29th, which whitewashes the settler colonial origins of Canada and the oppression inflicted on our Indigenous population. An Indigenous woman was in the crowd to delegate and show support for the Gaza ceasefire motion on January 29th, and she was extremely offended by our town's land acknowledgement that's being presented in council. It claims that Indigenous people welcome settlers and negates the history of the residential school system and other violent markers of our settler colonial past, which mirrors the last 75 years and beyond of the colonized Palestinian experience. Thank you.
Thank you very much. in case there are people who have other opinions, if we could not applause as much and just thank you for your statements. Do we have anybody from the council who has questions? We have none. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Next delegation, please.
The next delegation is Ibrahim Beg.
Thanks for joining us. You have 10 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. Let's see if there is anyone who thinks I am a terrorist first. All right. I'm here to delegate on the agenda item 10.2, Final Inclusion, Diversity, Equity, and Accessibility Multi-Year Plan 2024 to 2028. While preparing for this delegation, I asked myself how I would describe inclusion. Thinking about it, a watermelon came to my mind. I see a lot of those around me these days, although it is difficult to find one at a reasonable price in Oakville. You must be wondering what a watermelon has to do with inclusion. Imagine inclusion as a watermelon. The outer rind appears tough and strong, protecting what lies within. When you cut it open, you discover a mix of colors and textures. Just like watermelon, inclusion brings together diverse elements of the society, resulting in an outcome that is stronger than its individual parts. On a side note, watermelon also reminds us of flags of nations like Italy and Palestine. As per the data presented in IDEA Plan, population of racialized persons in Oakville has increased from 31% in 2016 to 42% in 2021. I would like to know more about the town's initiatives on language accessibility. There are people who have recently started speaking English and are not fluent in it. Myself, being a racialized person, I started speaking English only 10 years ago and have faced difficulty in assimilating in the Canadian language culture. I often find myself a misfit among accented and eloquent speakers, as my brain struggles to keep pace with my tongue while it translates my thoughts to English. And hence, I speak slowly in a non-native accent. I felt insulted when on January 29th, a member of the council announced, "I will say this slowly," while referring to the agenda item related to ongoing genocide in Gaza. Speaking slowly in consideration is good, but announcing it, in my opinion, was demeaning to non-native listeners and hence non-inclusive. The whole Oakville community was invited to provide feedback on the draft IDEA multi-year plan in December and January. The top theme in this feedback, as noted in Appendix B of the plan, was the Israel-Hamas war is impacting members of the Oakville community. There is disappointment with the handling of delegates at the December 18, 2023 and January 29, 2024 council meetings. I have the following two observations with regards to this theme. In the outcome and town response section, no specific actions have been considered or laid out by the town in response to the Muslim and Palestinian communities' concerns mentioned in the 92 comments on the theme. Number two, where did the writers of this plan find the term Israel-Hamas war? I have not seen this term mentioned in any of the 92 comments provided by the community members. Instead, the word genocide has been used 16 times, the term illegal occupation and the term plausible genocide were used one time each. In my opinion, it is not a war. It is a brutal assault on Gaza and the civilian population by a genocidal colonial settler regime. Thank you.
Thank you very much. See no questions? It was very eloquent. Very well done. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Mervyn Russell from the Oakville Gaza Peace Group.
And you have 10 minutes.
Acting Mayor Grant, councillors, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today regarding the town's inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility report. I'm Mervyn Russell, retired minister of the United Church of Canada, and currently, amongst other things, the founder and coordinator of Oakville Gaza Peace Group. Inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility for all individuals and groups that are present in the town of Oakville. This is a very worthwhile and therefore a very supportable purpose. Time has been committed to this project over a number of years. A firm of professional consultants have been contracted to clarify its objectives, actions, and organization. Its values have been expressed in pedestrian walkways that use the colors of the LGBTQ community and those of the Indigenous Missing Women and Girls campaign, in providing enclosed swimming lessons for Muslim women, in the recognition of major religious festivals of different faith communities, and in a major award-winning multicultural festival. All very respectful, respectable, affirmative, and somewhat bold social actions which are in Oakville socially acceptable. Of course, it is not very difficult to provide support for inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility for activities and organizations that have general public support. It is much more difficult supporting inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility when there is a difference of opinion between majority and minority groups, when the community is divided, when there is a new voice challenging the established views and order. How do we apply inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility in these situations? That was the test that the Council was confronted with, and Councillor Navnanda courageously brought forward to Council a resolution calling for our Council, like some other councils, to support the call for a ceasefire in the battle going on in the enclave of Gaza and for the release of Israeli hostages held by Hamas. Those of us who've been involved in this issue for many years wondered if Councillor Nanda knew quite what she was getting into. Not surprisingly, this resolution was enthusiastically supported, particularly by the Palestinian and Arab community in Oakville. They were pleased. The Council was providing an opportunity for them to express their horror, grief, and anger about what was happening to their extended families, circles of friends, and neighbors, to entire communities with their Palestinian culture and identity. They found out how to participate in the process. They organized themselves so that different voices would be heard on different aspects of the issue. They registered. They prepared their presentations. They arrived in good time. They waited eagerly, expectantly, maybe a little nervously, but satisfied to be taking part. And then Mayor Burton closed everything down. As I recall it, he forbade the resolution to go forward on two grounds. The first was that he had had some nasty communications from people purporting to be pro-Palestinian, and on that basis thought the meeting might become violent. The second was because the subject was outside the remit of council. In my opinion, both reasons were regrettable. The first, because it worked on the preconception that all Palestinians are prone to violence. And secondly, because all the presenters had provided counsel with their contact details and could have been notified of his intention to withdraw the resolution before they arrived to take part. Allowing your guests to arrive and then telling them to go home because you've changed your mind and the party isn't going to happen is the height of disrespect. And all you councillors, you sat silent the whole time, not a word of concern or a question, then turned your backs and walked away. Participants listened in silence whilst the mayor spoke and whilst you walked away, and then once that had happened, they let you know how badly they felt insulted. Where was the inclusion? Where was the diversity? Where was the equity? And where was the accessibility? It wasn't even available when I wrote an email to Councillor Elgar and a hard copy to the mayor himself, pleading, yes, pleading, for there to be a meeting to repair the rupture between council and the Palestinian community. I did not even get an acknowledgement of my letter sent in an envelope with a stamp. With respect, I strongly recommend that even after all the bad feeling that's been expressed on both sides, that an intentional meeting be held to get to know one another and to hear each other's views. The expectation should not be to end up agreeing with each other, but at least to have a better knowledge and understanding of one another, and maybe even greater respect. That will be the beginning of a much stronger appreciation and application of these worthy values of, and I repeat them yet again, inclusion, diversion, equity, and accessibility that has been expressed up to now. Thank you, Acting Mayor.
Thank you. See no questions. Next delegation, please.
The next delegation is Lynn Petroskovich.
You have 10 minutes.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak about the IDEA multi-year plan. Next slide. My name is Lynn Petroskovich, and I have been a resident of Oakville for more than 25 years, raising my family here and being an active volunteer and engaged citizen in this community. My community work in health and well-being earned me the privilege of being selected the Town of Oakville's 2015 Pan Am Community Torchbearer. I care deeply about the social cohesion of our town and the well-being of its citizens now and in the future. Next slide. For me, tonight is an opportunity to build understanding and foster dialogue about the ideas presented in your idea plan. Specifically, 3 of the words from the name DE&I, diversity, equity, and inclusion, which became mainstream over the last few years. Next slide. I want to share with you my experience with ideas marketed as diversity, equity, inclusion, and what I learned, then offer some perspective on your idea plan. Over the last several years, I have personally attended 4 DEI branded trainings: DEI, land acknowledgement, gender identity, and allyship. Some people made sourdough during the lockdown years, but me, I read dozens and dozens of academic papers and books, some of which you will see pictured on the screen here today. I explored the ideas, practices, and policies of DEI that were brought into my home via the public school system and social media with an open and curious mind. I expanded my media observation, engaged with many viewpoints. Next slide. I learned that most initiatives marketed as diversity, equity, and inclusion practice and teach ideas known as critical social justice. This brand of social justice is rooted in postmodern thought, where socially constructed reality and truth, subjective feelings, and group membership replace objectivity, reason, and individuality. Likewise, it is rooted in Marxist tradition, labeling groups as the oppressor or the oppressed based on race, sex, gender, sexual orientation, and other identity markers. Next slide. These ideas cultivated in our academic institutions have been on a long march through the institution for decades, now making their way into mainstream culture. All of these repackaged ideas attach to legitimate issues of social injustice as a means to progress and gather support. This is the kernel of truth upon which all critical theories take hold. Next slide. The critical social justice framework focuses on power and privilege, assigning oppressor and oppressed group status based on a hierarchy known as intersectionality. One's position in the hierarchy affords social status, power, and influence if they are deemed to be the right identity. These are actual images from some of the trainings I attended. Next slide. At the core of all critical social justice ideas is an often unstated belief that injustice and oppression are a systemic problem, and the system it seeks to problematize, disrupt, and deconstruct is modernism, Enlightenment values, liberal democracy, and in general, the West. Its thesis, liberation through cultural revolution by any means necessary. Next slide. Academic critical theories by identity, like critical race theory, invites us to end racism by seeing it everywhere and always, where being an anti-racist means being a pro-critical race theorist. Critical post-colonial theory to deconstruct the West. Gender and queer studies to free society from the oppression of normal, while seeing sex and gender as mere social constructs. Time for a full explanation of the tenets and beliefs of these critical theories is not afforded here. Next slide. But what I will show you is that if you have seen any of the slogans or words on this slide, then you have seen the postmodern, socially constructed language and ideas being introduced and reproduced at scale, inviting some of the most radical claims to be adopted with blind enthusiasm by many who just want to do good. Next slide. DEI branded training is critical theory social justice training, or what you might refer to as DEI Marxism. Trainings are designed to awaken a critical, that is, political consciousness to adopt a DEI Marxism worldview, to become an ally or an activist, and then spread the ideas more broadly. This explains some of the public feedback in your report, where people note the contradictions between the stated objectives of the plan and its actual outcomes, the division and bigotry of the ideas themselves. Next slide. And to be sure, when critical social justice is taught as absolute truth, there is pushback. Like the academics who wrote fake critical social justice papers that were accepted in leading journals, thus discrediting the identity-driven scholarship apparatus. numerous examples of DEI Marxism trainings doing more harm than good, because in truth, the ideas were never designed to be operationalized for social cohesion or community building, but for disruption and dismantling. Next slide. In Canada, our freedom of conscience means individuals can choose to support or reject these ideas. Many traditional justice supporters are stepping up to defend the values and systems of the West. These represent people in all identity categories. I am personally not here to tell anyone what to think, but rather to encourage people to engage with the ideas more deeply to foster true understanding. Next slide. My review of your idea plan is more comprehensive than I can convey in this short delegation, so I will offer some highlights. First, I engaged with the online content of the consulting firm you hired to implement the plan. A quick review of their workshops demonstrate the use of DEI as an entry point for teaching the critical social justice DEI Marxism worldview. Allyship for leaders, understanding privilege, managing microaggressions, it's all critical theory. In microaggression training, for example, participants may learn that mispronouncing an ethnic name incorrectly is a sign of bigotry. Myself, having a 12-letter long name, which is hard to pronounce, I can assure you that had I adopted this mindset, I would be offended daily. This type of training teaches people to take offense as a means to assert power, control, and adopt a victim mindset. Next slide. The objectives and mandates, while noble, have uncertain outcomes. Centering feelings is not always a good way to assess experience. Feelings are individual, subjective, and prone to inaccuracy. Centering equity can lead to social engineering or overt discrimination, especially when focused on group membership. Equity is often the opposite of equality. Next slide. The strategic goals feature words and ideas that have different meanings to DEI Marxism supporters. For example, safe to a DEI Marxist means safe from opinions that differ with my DEI Marxist worldview. Diversity and inclusion mean including critical social justice. Goal number 1 in the strategic goals is incorporating Marxism into every aspect of the organization so that it becomes accepted or compelled and normalized. Next slide. Goals to implement gender pronouns across the organization is taught as being kind or inclusive, but in actuality serves to promote and normalize the idea that sex and gender identities are separate and untethered from biological reality, humans simply performing masculinity or femininity. Reviewing the practice for optional versus mandatory participation is warranted, especially in consideration of the gender-related medical malpractice revealed in the UK's CAS report and the WPATH files. Next slide. The addition of a land acknowledgement endorses the idea of critical post-colonial theory, whose stated objective is to be kind or repair the past. Instead, it can be used to promote and normalize the idea that Canadian private property owners are illegitimate occupiers, or worse, used to exclude certain groups, even ones the statements claim to support. Take, for example, the Halton District School Board, who recently updated their land acknowledgement by removing the Haudenosaunee Iroquois and then attempted to change the name of Iroquois Ridge High School, suggesting the name was derogatory, only to backtrack when it was determined that they had never consulted the Iroquois people. Next slide. As more people learn and understand the ideas being taught through DEI Marxism, the risks and liabilities associated with them grow. Workplace harassment claims and child safeguarding concerns will become more common. Elected officials and boards should take note and provide leadership. Next slide. I've shared a lot of information tonight, some of which may be confusing or overwhelming. I would encourage you to be skeptical and curious yourself. Investigate the ideas, and along the way, you might just discover the work of Thomas Sowell. At age 93, he is still publishing books to inoculate the public as they are presented with socially constructed claims that bear little resemblance to reality. His 1999 speech, The Quest for Cosmic Justice, situates and validates the information I've shared in this proper historical context. Last slide. To conclude, I offer you these next steps for consideration regarding your idea plan. Pause the approval. Reflect on the nature of the movement it invites into our town. Reassess based on your new understanding, and then take informed action. My offer to you, a comprehensive idea plan review and training workshop to learn and understand critical social justice ideas and practices and how DEI Marxism operates in an organization. I invite you to courageously defend truth, stability, social cohesion for a real, truly livable Oakville. Thank you.
Thank you. And seeing no questions, oh, sorry, Councillor Olgar has a question for you.
So what you're saying is we should not approve what we have before us this evening? That's what you think is totally wrong?
I'm saying that I think you should consider pausing until you can understand the language that is used and how that translates down the road. A lot of the terminology used in the plan sounds great, and they are widely agreed upon social goals, let's say, to be inclusive of people. But when it gets translated through the critical social justice lens or DEI Marxism, it has a very different end goal and outcome. And so when you look at the trainings offered by, for example, the consulting group that you've hired, they are specifically presenting that worldview. So it takes a jump from something that looks good or maybe feels like it's the right way to go, and then it shifts into something that is very different than what you think it is up front.
Because I must say, when I read what the staff are trying to do, it sounds to me like we are trying to include people and be
Yes.
inclusive.
Yes.
And yours, like, and this is very hard for my little brain to understand. Because
Likewise. That's why it
what
took
you-
me
what-
3 years
what
of
you're
studying
sa-
this.
What you're saying is that what we're trying to do is, it starts off good, but it's going to go south on us.
What I'm saying is that it starts off sounding wonderful. These are all widely agreed upon terms. People want that community and the cultural competence of knowing what your neighbors are like and all the different cultures they bring. Everyone I know, and I've done a lot of work in the community, working in the schools, when I was the Healthy Schools Champion, bringing cultures together, really celebrating people. But when that word, as an example, cultural competence, goes through the critical social justice DEI Marxism lens, it spits out the other side as something very different. It moves into, now we're going to train you about oppression, oppressed status, group you according to intersectionality, and it just becomes an entirely different thing. It uses the same words with a different dictionary.
So have you been successful implementing it anywhere, what you're discussing tonight?
My whole life, I have spent doing trainings and community events that were really about true social cohesion across culture.
Can you give us
This is a
examples where it has
different-
worked? Can you give us examples where you feel it has worked?
Sure. I used to run a Healthy Schools family night at my kids' school, and we would bring everybody together and we would pick a different culture every year to focus on and bring in foods and share activities and really focus on our common humanity across our differences, finding unity about things that we enjoyed together despite our differences. And I think that's the type of cultural experiences that I've had my whole life as a trainer and working in not-for-profit, and something switched. And I have seen it in the pre and the post, especially 2020, and that change was the critical social justice movement. And it is fundamentally different than traditional social justice as you and I would know it in Canada.
Well, I thank you very much. But I must say, I do believe that this council and staff are trying to do what is right. So I thank you.
believe that as well.
Thank you.
And Councillor Hassett-Thiel?
My question is for staff.
thank you
So
very much.
based on what you've heard, my understanding is that you have not retained a trainer or an organization that will facilitate that training, and that you will consider what you've heard tonight as you evaluate the kind of training that you would deliver to achieve the real objective of inclusion, equity, and the spirit of what we're trying to accomplish. Would that be correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Great, thank you very much.
Wonderful, thank you.
Our next speaker?
The next speaker is Ryan Dow.
Welcome, you have 10 minutes.
Hi, good evening. bear with me. I have to choose my words very carefully. My workplace has a business code of conduct that states if I say certain things on social media, I could be reprimanded or fired. I know we're being live streamed on YouTube. People have their cameras out. So if I say something that one of my 1,500 coworkers subjectively gets offended by, I could be in trouble. So I'll really take my time and speak slowly. I took a note regarding the surveys you guys discussed earlier regarding the small town family atmosphere. I think there was a drop of over 6% over 2 years. I think you should consider the impact on social cohesion that mass immigration has had.
Just don't be racist.
Excuse me, we've been very nice to listen to every speaker without interruption. I think we're better than this to interrupt people when they are speaking, even if we disagree with them, please. Please, well, and I tried to stop them from laughing. Please, can we be respectful of each speaker? I think we're better than this.
I'm certainly not a white supremacist. I have a vivid memory as a child, 6 years old in grade 1, when at a Catholic elementary school where we had a new student come into the class, and it was like the first black kid in our class. And I remember wanting to meet this person, like wanting to be friends. Like, thank you so much.
Again, please, if you cannot contain yourself, you may have to remove yourself.
I have always and continue to have friends of many different races. I don't even know why I have to speak to that point, but in the literature provided, there's an objective statement. It says, to be an inclusive workplace and community where everyone feels they belong. I do have an opinion about that. I think it's somewhat fanciful. I really don't think it's an attainable objective, and I'll explain why. My experience in my workplace, I'm an atheist, and if you do a little bit of research, apparently about a third of Canadians are atheists. We're not really an organized group, and we don't have a religious text to hide behind when we have certain views. But I'll be very careful not to name any groups of people. There's a very old religious book that encourages their followers to do violence on unbelievers. And in my workplace, there's people that exert, like really exert their religious rights. And so I'm hearing constantly, every day, I'm hearing people pray from a book that preaches violence against me. That, in what world can you have inclusivity in that? Like, I hope that makes sense.
How are you allowing him to say
Excuse me. We are letting everybody speak their mind. And so, unfortunately, then if you may leave, then you may leave. If I'm sorry if people find it offensive, but it's an open society. It's an open. Okay, enough of this, please. If you cannot stop interrupting each other and talk respectfully and keep to yourselves respectfully, we will. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. We are just. All right. I'm going to have to ask. We're. Yes. We're going to call a recess right now. Well, you can leave the chambers if you'd like. Excuse me, everybody. Hello. Can we not be better than this, than shouting at each other? How are we even going to start trying to find ways of talking to each other respectfully as a corporation if we can't do it in this setting here? Look at yourselves. Now, I'm sorry, but this gentleman is trying to speak his mind as much as we let everybody else speak their mind. But I did. I let you continue on. I let you. And I respected you too. All right. We're going to recess. I'm sorry, we're going to have to pause on your comments. We're going to recess for 10 minutes to 9:15. I will remind you if we can keep it to the topic, which is the plan for inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility. If you have any comments on that, you had about 4 minutes by our count, so 4 minutes from here.
Okay. From the statistics provided in the literature, I think I'll make a remark about the LGBTQ plus. I think the statistic provided was that the city of Oakville employs 9.6% within that community, and whereas 4% of Oakville's population identifies as belonging to that group. I would first like to say that I actually have a negative view of the word tolerance when it comes to accepting groups of people, because the word tolerance or tolerate implies that there's something wrong. And I don't think there's anything wrong with these people. I would go further. I say I accept and even embrace people from this community. But I do have a question regarding the overrepresentation of that group.
So how, again, trying to get this back to talking about the IDEA plan.
Yes, this is
okay.
These statistics is from that material.
Okay.
Because there's one interpretation where the goal of DEI is, I'm a white heterosexual male, and so these statistics exclude me, right? So if you're trying to make the workplace look like the community, I don't see any goals about hiring people like me, which is fine. I just have a question. That's what this venue's for. That community is, from your own statistics in the literature, they're more than double. They're overrepresented. Do you see that as a problem at all, or is that within your goals?
Staff is taking notes. We won't be able to answer questions directly now.
Okay. That's what, I was just curious about that, but I could speak for another hour on this, but I think I'll end my time there. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I see no questions. Next delegation, please.
The next delegation is Kayla Tefu.
You have 10 minutes.
Hey, Council. I kind of forgot everything I wanted to say after the recess, so I'm gonna be speaking from the heart. I just want to say what happened right now is a big example of what we're here to talk about. I do support his right to say what he said, and more people should step out and say what they want to say, even if they think that their opinion is not the norm or whatever.
Do direct your comments towards
Sorry?
council. Please do direct your comments towards the council, please.
Even if they think that their opinions are not the norm. And that includes the Palestinian community when they come out and speak. So I'm just going to talk to the experience that we've had in January and how it pertains to the DEI plan that council has put together, especially when we're talking about inclusion and the sense of belonging that we want to foster here in Oakville. One point that I really wanted to raise was inclusivity training for senior leadership. I thought it was only mentioned for non-senior leaders, but it should be also included for senior leaders. I think it's even more important for senior leaders because a lot of government stuff is top-down, and you guys are the people we vote for. You guys are the people who we hope represent us and in staff decisions. So I've always felt like I belonged in Oakville. And I remember 2 to 3 years back, I was in a community event where they gathered the youth that were involved, and they basically asked us, do you guys feel that the Canadian government and its institutes discriminate against people like you? Because we were all like of the Arab community. At the time, my answer was just flat out no, probably naivety. But my experience in Oakville has just been very positive. Individuals are extremely nice. You walk around the streets, they say hello, they smile at you, they open doors for you, thank you, very polite and neighborly. But more recent experiences with the Council of Oakville has changed that. And if you ask me today, it would be an obvious yes. Canadian institutes, governmental institutes, do discriminate. And that's what transpired here in this council in January, when myself and members of the Palestinian community came to voice their grief and were shut down basically instantly before they even got to speak, was like just unacceptable and a clear indication that there's something wrong. And I hope council doesn't misunderstand my meaning. I don't mean to call anybody biased or racist. I do think we all have our own biases, and it is the role of the good person to basically examine their biases, but it's the obligation of leaders such as yourselves to scrutinize those biases that you guys have, that you've gained through your life experience, your upbringing, or whatever. Sorry, this is my first time. In January, I did not see that. What I saw was council leaning into their biases instead. What I saw out of council was not leaders, but people who had a specific idea in their head and were imparting it on whoever was in front of them. The Palestinian community and myself felt alienated. We felt like judgment was being passed on to us before we were even heard. We were silenced before we even spoke. We weren't listened to. We weren't treated as neighbors. Unacceptable behavior on part of council. And we never heard back. Emails were sent. We tried to outreach. One of the people who spoke sent a letter, and nobody replied. Just flat out ignored. And in a way, I have to thank council because they dropped the illusion. All the community saw what it actually looks like to be discriminated against. It was in our face. And it helped us organize and create this rallying call that we all came to. So thank you, especially Mr. Burton. And just like this was a rallying call for us and a wake-up call, let's say, I would hope that council also takes today to reflect and take it as a wake-up call to see that you shouldn't just shut down people who you think disagree with you. If you have a prejudgment on other people, for example, if you think criticism of Israel is anti-Semitic, or if representation of Palestinian identity you might see as offensive or terrorist in nature or whatever, I would encourage you to take this opportunity to, next time you feel this bias boiling up and affecting how you actually act, to actually consider to listen to the other person, because that's the bare minimum, honestly. Listen to your constituents, try to hear them out before you shut them down, and maybe stop hiding behind Zoom calls. That's it.
Thank you very much. And our next speaker, please.
Next delegation is Sama El-Gamal.
Hello? It's clear? Yeah.
You have 10 minutes.
Okay. Good evening, esteemed members of the council. Before I begin, I apologize if I'm sluggish. It's been a long day. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. And I've also consumed a nefariously large shawarma before this meeting, so I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, but it's draining me. So before first of all, thank you, Councillor Grant. I saw at the beginning you were resistant maybe to my colleagues or my Lama's speech about mentioning Mayor Burton. But you allowed her to speak towards the end, which I think is a good gesture. And I agree with the previous presenter, Khalid, that people should speak, even if I disagree with them completely, like the presenter before him. I think they should speak, and if you disagree, you disagree. Anyway, so thank you for at least giving us this space, which we weren't given previously. So IDEA is a topic or a group of topics that I find very interesting. The processes and efforts to try to create a more inclusive, more representative environment for everyone is important to think about. It's important, and they do bring forth important discussions. For example, IDEA and meritocracy, are they mutually exclusive? Are they not? It's interesting to think about. And I wish I could speak further about this, but I apologize. I will echo a little bit what my previous presenters have mentioned. Before discussing and celebrating the finalization of the 4-year plan, without addressing what happened on January 29th would be an exercise of cognitive dissonance. Because 31% of the comments in Appendix B, you had 294 comments, 92, I think, of them were addressing mostly what Mayor Burton did on January 29th. So without really tackling this issue, it will be hard for us to proceed to discuss other elements. So I've read on page 8 of 12 of the report that was on the agenda that these comments were addressed. For example, the land acknowledgement was addressed, and I understand there's a more decent or there is a land acknowledgement that's been added to the council or the plan. But the response regarding Mayor Burton, who has been mentioned about 68 times in Appendix B, were that we recognize we have work to do, and that the plan formalizes a number of actions to increase accountability and transparency, while supporting ways for our staff and residents to be more engaged with their work and community. So the land acknowledgement, it's good, it's been addressed. My question is, how do we tackle issues like the anti-inclusive performance by the mayor on January 29th? How has it been addressed? What are the processes and ways of adding transparency to the leadership? And how can we be more inclusive to avoid what happened on January 29th from happening again, which I do think is very negative. I think it counters the core of the IDEA motive. So that's my question. What are the processes that are mentioned that increase accountability and transparency? And I was wondering if, I don't know if the presenter from the staff or yourselves could address this question.
Well, again, staff is taking down most of these questions, and we'll be responding later.
Okay. And well, I see I have 5 minutes. I think what happened today is a reflection of that, of the 92 comments that you've seen, because there's a feeling of discrepancy or unequal space given to different people. Tonight, I think you did a good job in giving opportunities to everyone, but before not, and I think these discrepancies create this tension. So yeah, again, I hope to see what the processes are for accountability, for transparency. How do we figure out, like you mentioned they're taking notes. How can I follow up? How can we follow up on, clarifications?
Well, first, when they're taking notes, we are going to be it'll be on a web page later. Once we're going through the process and we have a better idea of how we're moving forward. As far as the incident which you mentioned, I am aware that there is a integrity commissioner subject coming forward.
Right.
And that will be open, and certainly I'm sure there'll be news about that as it moves forward.
Okay, but we will not, for example, see impact or some correlation with the IDA plan because it's almost finalized with what happened on January 29th?
Well, all plans are pretty much fluid. So towards what's happened in the past, as it said in Appendix B, we're working to be better. And so for the future, yes, we're going to work to be better. For the past, you've got the Integrity Commissioner.
Okay, I'm looking forward to seeing a better future for the council and for Oakville. I love this town, and I hope we can all be better and do better. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, next speaker.
The next speaker, I'm not sure is here. I didn't check in. Atif Malik? Oh.
Great. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Acting Mayor and Council. I want to start by commending the town of Oakville for initiating the multi-year study. Oakville has grown rapidly, and understanding that diverse populations in order to better serve the community is essential, bringing with it the feeling of inclusivity for the residents. On page 1 of the IDEA multi-year plan, the first bullet states, the town is committed to advancing a culture of inclusion, diversity, equity, accessibility, IDEA, for its workforce and community. My children attend school up the road from here. I witnessed the growth of this town's population within the schools they attend. I acknowledge and understand the demands and strains this places on the town's infrastructures and public services. These are growing pains, but adaptable, and this town has the ability to accommodate those changes. I paid tribute to the late Councillor Max Hahn, some of you may know. When he was elected in 2005, he brought diversity to this chamber. He was approachable, he listened, he responded, and he was a representative to the people of a racialized community. Many years later, we still speak of him and miss him dearly. Voices like Max need to continue to exist in this town. On page 6 of the IDEA multi-year plan report, the racialized population has grown, as my colleague just mentioned, from 31% in 2016 to 42% in 2021. The IDEA multi-year plan report is indicative of residents expressing a sense of constraint, with little recourse when attempting to reach out to members of council. On page 8 of the IDEA multi-year plan, the number one response in the online and in-person feedback of the IDEA multi-year plan, which incorrectly included the words, the Israeli-Hamas war, had 92 feedback comments. Second, with 15 comments, hiring on merit and not background, skin color, or identity. Third, the IDEA multi-year plan being racist, discriminatory, woke, divisive, unfair. It's evident that the feedback has a trend present, where the top 3 themes residents reported back on were related to identity, race, and municipal leadership, a salient trend. December 18, 2023, Canadian Centre for Diversity and Inclusion, was referred to here today, presented in this chamber. However, when a DEI certified member of this community, a resident of Oakville, delegated on this matter, which should have been considered and included in the demographic discussion and considerations put forward by the community member, were rejected and considered off topic. The community member was an identifiable member of a protected category and from a racialized group, Palestinian from Gaza. We left the council meeting that evening wondering what the objectives of the IDEA plan were. Was it only intended for the town of Oakville's operational staff, internal staff, and those who worked within town hall, or the town employees, and was it not relevant to community members? Additionally, during the period of the IDEA multi-year plan study, the Office of the Mayor issued a statement declaring January 22nd, 2024 as Ram Mandir Day. Unfamiliar with the destruction that happened on that site of the current temple, the resulting massacres that happened across India, over 2,000 people were massacred in that incident, in the pursuing incident of the demolition of that mosque. The Muslim community reached out to the mayor's office to have a constructive dialogue to bring better understanding to the sensitivity around the Babri Mosque massacre. Of the nearly dozens of emails that were sent back and forth, the mayor's office and community members, including myself, we have not yet heard back from the mayor's office on this particular matter. Without going into great detail, January 29th remains a hallmark of community initiative and mobilization, when the voices of residents were shuttered on an issue close to home for many residents who have family and friends in Gaza. As you stated, Acting Mayor, Council is aware of the response that has been submitted under Appendix B, which I think are especially important, and the frustration that has been expressed by residents. The responses were well-written, thorough, and critical of town's leadership. Others felt left shorter, more terse responses, demanding for the resignation of our leaders, and the dichotomy when acknowledgements were made as a result of two human-initiated catastrophes of our current time, the war in Ukraine and the genocide of Palestinians. So I leave the chamber with this question. Taking the responses and the report into consideration, how does the town intend to incorporate the feedback into the IDEA multi-year plan? Thank you.
See no questions. Next speaker, please.
The last registered delegation is Liz Galvin.
You have 10 minutes.
I'm having a deja vu. I wanted to move this up. So thank you for the, good evening, councillors and Oakville residents. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the IDEA multi-year plan this evening. And thank you to those two councillors and town staff, Jane Closey, who've taken the time to speak with me lately to hear my concerns as a citizen and taxpayer. My name is Liz Galvin, and I've been an Oakville resident for about 30 years. I raised my family here, worked in local media for several years, and have volunteered my time to help many community groups. I've always been committed to helping make this town the best that it can be. I'm also the director of a nonprofit organization that helps young people to complete their education after extended school closures threw so many off track. We work with any young person that needs our help, regardless of identity, because lack of education will affect the future of our society and our country. It's in this capacity that I'd like to share some knowledge and insight for your consideration. For the most part, I will address DEI issues and not accessibility issues because I don't believe that they should be lumped together. As you know, organizations that operate using the terms diversity, equity, and/or inclusion are facing intense scrutiny right now. The harassment of Richard Bilsco during DEI training at Toronto District School Board, which resulted in his subsequent suicide, or the anti-Semitism inherent in DEI work at Harvard, which was exposed at the U.S. congressional hearing, are just two recent examples of many. So I applaud your staff on goal 1 of this plan to review plans based on academic research, and goal 4 to include emerging academic research to ensure actions are rooted in research in recognition that this is a dynamic space. A new meta-study released just in February by Dr. David Haskell from Wilfrid Laurier University provides some very important findings about DEI. This analysis of 7 studies published in academic journals found that diversity, equity, and inclusion instruction lead to greater prejudice and even harm. Specifically, programs rooted in identity-driven critical theory like critical race theory, queer theory, or critical post-colonial theory have been shown to sow division, resentment, and create instability. It's important to note that the word critical in these cases does not mean critical thinking, as it sounds. It literally means criticizing race or colonialism with little room for discussion. It's important to note that it's no wonder that this meta-study shows that promoting the intersectional neo-Marxist oppressor worldview as a means to create positive behavioral change is not supported by empirical evidence. I'll forward this to you so that you can read it for yourselves, but I will quote one conclusion from it. When people attempt to suppress unwanted thoughts, these thoughts are likely to subsequently reappear with even greater insistence than if they had never been suppressed. A very good example of this is in the comments section of the report. I can't count how many times the word racist was used or misused in the comments, especially in one section of the comments. So to these people, I would like to say that I too have been stopped from talking in this chamber.
Please keep facing us.
And I understand how frustrating that is, I really do. But was this racist? Was this sexist? Or was I simply not following proper procedure or Robert's Rules of Order? It's likely the latter, but let's move on. Other words in the comments section. It's really distracting behind me to have people.
Please.
Other words in the comments section include white privilege, cisgender, hate speech, dismantling systems, oppression, and of course, offensive, traumatized, supremacy, performative. As one resident put it, stop with the DEI. As a so-called visible minority, I have witnessed these DEI movements cause nothing but tension and division. This is a quote. Nothing but tension and division within our community, regardless of what your intentions are. We want our city managed based on merit, managed to a high standard based on ability. The reality is this. Canada is a multicultural society where people from all over the world come to enjoy peaceful coexistence with others from different backgrounds and beliefs. Few other places on earth are as welcoming and inclusive as Canada. And for the most part, we were all getting along pretty well, organically, before this push to hyper-focus on our differences. Everyone, without discrimination, is protected by the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, the Ontario Human Rights Code, the Employment Equity Act, and the Access for Ontarians with Disabilities Act, among others. So 2 overall concerns I have with this report. This consultant, the Canadian Centre for Diversity and Inclusion, lists these specific groups on page 6. Women, racialized persons, which, what does that even mean, racialized persons? Everybody has a race. Women, racialized persons, 2S LGBTQIA+, in addition to Indigenous persons and persons with a disability. Have Town of Oakville staff intentionally denied anyone from these identity groups from using town facilities or being hired? That could not be solved by the laws already in place. And if not, then the cost of this plan is unnecessary. Is this plan a way to give preferential treatment to people in these identity groups? Many Canadians would say that to make an already fair society more fair for some groups is simply not fair. Number 2, the staff report cites the 2016 Global Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, blah, blah, benchmarks. I'm not interested in a global entity telling you how to run our town. So here are some real-life examples of how DEI practices affect people here where we live. I'm working with a youth from a low-income background. With some guidance, he's now back in college and he's taking a trades course, so yay. I found a scholarship that was perfect for him and which he desperately needs to pay for school. But he could not even apply because he does not identify as BIPOC. He's had to drop some courses because of the cost, so it will take him longer and ultimately more money to finish this program. And if he doesn't get discouraged or can't support himself until the end, and our workforce in desperate need of tradespeople must wait longer for a qualified tradesperson to graduate while a government-funded scholarship remains unused. Is this the white privilege that so often is referenced in DEI training and in the comments section of this report by some residents? Another example, a local teacher has been bullied and canceled following mandatory DEI training. The trainer didn't like a question she asked for clarification. Consequently, the teacher's lesson plan on Indigenous history was subsequently canceled, and they are now being ostracized by other teachers out of fear for their jobs. This is exactly what happened to Richard Bilsco before he committed suicide. Halton trustees, we talked about renaming of Iroquois Ridge High School following an alleged complaint by one person who will not be named that the word Iroquois is a colonial term and must be erased at a cost of $250,000 while they're running a $7.7 million deficit. The board scrambled to be inclusive yet with no public consultation. Then a member of the Indigenous community spoke out to dispute the name change, and it was exposed that the report was flawed. The board voted to rescind the motion for further consultation. Note that this knee-jerk reaction by the Halton District School Board to an alleged DEI infraction, if it goes ahead, Oakville residents will bear the cost of changing everything in town with the word Iroquois attached to it. One last example, there's a company called BIPOC Executive Search, who they specialists in BIPOC recruitment and DEI services. They currently have a posting for a great job that pays $220,000 to $240,000 a year, yet they only work with BIPOC people. This is real racism. Intersectionality is another buzzword in the DEI lexicon. A big problem arises, though, when you slot people into certain identities. Whose protected rights take precedence? Gender identity rights, for example, or women's rights to safe spaces. Giving preferential treatment and allocating funds disproportionately to specific identifiable groups will leave adopters of DEI identity practices open to potential lawsuits. But even worse than some people having an unfair advantage over others, it also tells these people that they are not good enough to achieve anything on their own merit. And this creates a perpetual victim mentality and encourages some people to cry foul at the slightest slight or setback. This then becomes a never-ending cycle, and one that is not a winning formula for any society. This game sets us all up for societal failure.
Are you wrapping up?
I'm wrapping up. I am.
Okay.
So in light of what I presented today, I have two ideas. I hope the Town of Oakville staff will review their training accordingly. For example, Oakville Public Library's mandatory training coming up in September. Last year's mandatory training included a keynote speaker that focused on microaggressions only, and a breakout session on cultural humility. Perhaps taxpayer funds can be redirected to offering info sessions.
Excuse me, everybody, I've given her the chance to finish.
Thank you, Chair Grant. I appreciate it very much. I've got 2 paragraphs left.
That's really long. Yeah. Are we going to be childish or are we going to continue? Shall we continue then, please?
Perhaps taxpayer funds can be redirected to offering info sessions for both the public and staff on the things that make Canada great and things that all Canadians can celebrate about our country. Or perhaps info sessions from the service clubs in town on what they do and how residents can get involved to help make the community a better place for all residents. Rather than tearing down our society, let's focus on how we can build it back up after the devastation of COVID and the ongoing world conflicts. I would like to see council send this report back to staff, not the high-paid consultant with the business interest in the report itself, and ask them to scrap it, simplify it to say that the town will follow all hiring laws already in place and will cancel any mandatory DEI training as it is expensive and it doesn't work. And finally, with regards to ability, spend the $100,000 on making sure that all town facilities and services are physically accessible to all and that managers are reasonably trained to work with any residents or staff who may need additional help due to actual disabilities.
Thank you. Excuse me, who's booing? How is this being attentive? I'm sorry, but I'm running the meeting. I've let other people have time. Okay, can we stop it right there? Thank you. Any questions from members of council? None? Great, thank you.
I'll email that to you then?
Certainly.
That study? Okay. Thank you.
Unfortunately. Now, throughout the course of this wonderful discussion, if there is an opinion that has not been mentioned, if there is something that you think has been left out that you've not heard, we're going to poll the audience to see who would like to speak. If you're in the audience you wish to speak, you don't need to, you don't have to. Is there anybody in the audience who would like to come forward and mention something that has not been discussed yet? Please come forward, give your name for the clerk.
Hi, my name is Rishma. I'm a resident of Oakville. Actually just moved here about 4 or 5 years ago. I'm originally from Montreal, and I have to say after almost 20 years in the GTA and the subdivision land that is the GTA, Oakville very much felt like home. I just wanted, I obviously was not a registered delegate. You can see, obviously, what my beliefs are, or some of them anyway, by the kufiya I'm wearing. I just wanted to call to attention, as someone who is a DEI, someone who studied DEI, someone who is an academic, someone who studied history and politics, a lot of what was stated from some of the delegates tonight is actually incorrect. Richard Blitzko, for example, that was actually debunked, and it was not related to DEI. I know the people in question actually there, so I can say that with some conviction. Critical race theory is an examination of institutions in society and how structural racism within them is either just prevalent, and if it is prevalent, how it impacts BIPOC. I also happen to know the person who has BIPOC executive search, and I know a lot of people who otherwise would not have been considered who are very fortunate positions in the positions they are in now because of the work that that organization does. But critical race theory has been around since the origins of DEI, which for people who don't know, DEI started over 50 years ago as a result of the civil rights movement. So whatever our differences tonight are around believing in DEI, if it's woke, believing in anything else, I think all of us agree with the righteousness and the justice-based approach of the civil rights movement globally that started in the States. And that is those are the origins of the DEI movement, and it started in race, and it has now grown to include, obviously, other marginalized groups, as it should. But I would just caution against some of the alarmism we hear against DEI maybe this evening. And you know, it's an opportunity for people to reflect on why they may be against some of these things that are trying to be pushed forward by the town. And even yourselves, you know, and this is not something to respond to now, but I really genuinely ask people to check in with how they're feeling when you hear people talk, right? How does it make you feel to hear people arguing this evening? How does it make you feel to hear people that are really angry, and instead of focusing on the emotion they're expressing, and if the emotion that they're expressing is, you know, proper decorum, really focus on where that emotion is coming from and why they feel that. You know, I'll just close by this. One of the things we talk about, which was brought up today in DEI, is this idea of intersectionality. It's not a boogie word. It's not trying to make white people go away. It's not trying to take white people's power away. It simply just means the intersections of our different identities, right? So I have an intersection of being a woman and also a woman of color, right? And I have an intersection of my religion. That's all that means. I grew up in Montreal, like I said, and my father, I had a sister, and he used to tell us growing up at a very young age, like 3, 4, 5, that, you know what, you're brown and you're a woman. So in this country, you're gonna have to work 3 times as hard to get half as far. But at the same time, he qualified that message with the fact that we were extremely privileged growing up in Canada. We take for granted things as rights that are in fact privileges. For example, free access to healthcare, to education. And so I've always held those 2 realities, the reality of gratitude for where I am, but I can be grateful and love the country I'm in and still be critical of it and want it to improve. In fact, I would argue if I'm not constantly looking at it for ways to improve and just want it to stay the same, then I'm actually not being very kind to it and I'm not loving it. I love Canada and I love Oakville, and that's why I want it to improve and get better. And none of the things that we're suggesting, or that I think the town has suggested in the IDEA plan, are trying to harm one community. We usually hear people, in all the trainings that I've done, it's usually one set of people that is very against any DEI. But we know through over 5 decades of research that whether you call it civil rights, whether you call it social justice, whether you call it DEI, there are positive impacts, not just for marginalized groups, but for all of society. So I really encourage the town of Oakville to continue with that plan, and you know, to take comments from the community, but certainly do continue down this road because it is a positive one. Thank you.
Thank you. Just going to look around the room. You've already spoken today. I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm just looking at that. You certainly. Please give your name to the clerk.
I'm not a speaker. I didn't come to speak today. I don't have a speech prepared at all. But my children are biracial, and I have lived in Canada my whole life. And I find it's the most diverse country probably on the planet. So my kids, my husband's from Jamaica. My in-laws, every weekend we get together. We have the kids together. It's a very multiracial family. right? I don't want my kids to grow up in a world where they think they have their achievements based on their color. I don't want them to be identified on their color or their sexual preference or anything
So you
like that.
disagree with the IDEA plan?
It terrifies me, to be
Okay.
honest, okay?
I'm just trying to get you to
My daughter
stick to
was
the
a
point.
hockey player her whole life, from 6 and up. She played with all different people, girls, on her team. And then one of the teachers came up with a brown or a black girl hockey league. And I'm like, but you're brown. Where do you fit in? Are they gonna start a new one for the brown girls, have one for the white girls, have one for the black girls? Why are we dividing everyone based on the color of our skin? Isn't that against like what we were taught through the movement, right? Like, it's not to base people on the color of their skin, but the content of their character, right?
I think if you do look at the plan, you'll see it's not about division, it's about inclusion.
Yeah, and I think inclusion is absolutely what has happened in Canada, but now everybody's thinking about color, race, skin, ethnicity, like everything is being brought to attention. And like, can we just go back to how we're all inclusive? Because I don't think we are anymore. We're dividing everyone based and putting them in little pockets. Why are we checking the color of your skin, the orientation, your sexual orientation? Who cares? Can we stop caring about that? You know, like, I don't want my kids to think I need something because I'm this color. I want them to work hard for it. Okay, thank you.
Give your name to the clerk so we have it on record, please.
Hi, my name is Madeline. I am an Oakville resident. I did not have anything prepared to say today, but what I will say is I am Palestinian, and I am a Christian Palestinian. And what I saw today and what I know has happened over the past few months with these counselors that are in front of me and Mayor Burton, who is conveniently not here today, is a continuous silencing of our community and a disregard for everything that has gone on over the past few months. Our community, the Palestinian community, which consists of both Christians and Muslims, have been ignored. Our calls, our emails have not been answered by any of you. Complete radio silence. So for all of you to sit here today to talk about DE&I, to talk about inclusion, to go back and forth as to why you're puzzled on Oakvillians not feeling as if they belong in this community. As a Palestinian, I don't belong here. You've given me absolutely no opportunity to have a discussion with you. I have family back home, as do many people in this room. No opportunity to speak with you. So for all of you to sit here and talk about DE&I, it's ironic. And while you're working on this policy, what I would like to request of all of you is to actually do the work to reach out to your constituents and reach out to everyone in your community, not just the ones that are palatable to you and not just the ones that agree with everything that you say. Thank you.
Thank you. You circled around a bit, but you stuck the landing. Thank you for keeping on topic. And seeing nobody else, I'm now going to confine this to table. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Adams. And all in favor? So moved. Great. We'll move on to 10.3, Fire Master Plan and Community Risk Assessment. We have a presentation from our chief.
Good evening. I've got to put these on, I apologize. Acting Mayor Grant, members of council, certainly staff colleagues, members of the public, it is indeed my pleasure to be speaking to you here about the Fire Master Plan and the Community Risk Assessment here tonight. I would be remiss if I didn't thank you for the consideration and what you have already dealt with this evening on some very important topics. And in sitting here, I can only imagine the challenges that you face, but I appreciate everyone having the opportunity to speak their mind, and I think that that's very important. If I could also just, as part of an introduction, I guess, this master plan process, as laid out for decades within the Fire Marshal's Public Fire Safety Guidelines, and the process for the foundational strategic planning for fire services has been undertaken in Oakville for many years. The consultant that has worked on this project is Dillon Consulting, and the project lead, Suzanne Charbonneau-Dent, has joined us virtually. If there is obviously any questions or information relating to any of the aggregate data or some of the finer points that were specific to the consultant that I may not be able to answer, she is certainly available for that opportunity. So I thank Suzanne and her team for providing obviously the gathering of all the information, putting it together, and putting it through the rigors of the process to ensure that it becomes a very viable, defendable fire master plan for the strategic direction of this department over the next 5 to 10 years. I also, with me, have my small but mighty fire management team with me here this evening, decked out in a very non-breathable tunic that they're all sitting there in the warmth of the council chambers. I thank them and our administrative team because, and members of our staff, because there is a significant amount of data requirements, not solely for the fire master plan, but also for the newly formed legislation that exists. And certainly we undertook an extensive public engagement process through meetings, surveys, interviews, and support of all corporate divisions and I thank them for all of their participation through this process. It has been certainly a long and challenging process that normally would have been completed during COVID. However, the new legislation caused consultants and many municipalities to be, I dare say, under the gun as far as the timelines associated with everything that has been put forward. Next slide, please. So this is, the Fire Master Plan is prepared with the mandatory community risk assessment, and that's the Ontario Regulation 378/18. It requires that municipalities must utilize their completed CRA to inform all decisions related to delivery of fire protection services within their community. The CRA findings have been utilized to inform the Fire Master Plan, and it creates a multi-year strategic framework for the delivery of fire protection services. And the plan includes recommendations based on fire strategic goals, the community risk assessment compliance, and aligns with the council's strategic priorities. Next slide, please. So the scope of the Fire Master Plan, as undertaken for the consultant, was to provide a comprehensive evaluation of all current fire services through divisional reviews. And that's through our administrative divisions, Fire and Life Safety Division, which includes prevention and public education, our training divisions, our suppression divisions, and so on. There's a comparison to legislative requirements and municipal best practices. And so when a consultant undertakes this data aggregation, they certainly look at other departments and how they operate as well. It's to proactively prepare a Fire Master Plan for future growth, as well as recommendations for actual and realized growth. We know as planning processes develop that certainly timelines can be ebbs and flows as far as realized development and plan development. And the plan, when it lists timelines associated with implementation, has those timelines projected, but we can all realize that that might change. And when I say that might change, it is my obligation to certainly bring that to you in the appropriate format in a yearly annual budget cycle process, like any other priority here in the town of Oakville. The Fire Master Plan provides supporting documentation to inform the CPSE, so the Center for Public Safety Excellence, accreditation process. You're going to see some, I dare say, linkages associated with risk identification and hazard identification. So in an emergency management plan, we complete a HIRA, a hazard identification risk assessment, to talk about emerging trends and challenges that are being faced. CPSE has a standards of cover as well as a risk assessment. And then, as you've seen on these slides, there is also a community risk assessment specific to the FPPA and fire master planning process. They're all about risk. They're all about differentiation of different lanes. But under the fire service, I happen to be your fire chief and your community emergency management coordinator. So it all kind of filters back, and it's a seamless approach. There's a comprehensive and broad internal and external stakeholder engagement program. As I mentioned, we undertook many different ways of trying to engage the community as well as different stakeholders to ensure that this was the most comprehensive and robust fire master plan that we could put forward for you here. Next slide, please. So very high level, fire master plan, it's about continuous improvements. It's to maintain levels of service amidst planned and realized growth. In a growing municipality, if we're not changing to that growth, we are essentially falling behind. We need to have compliance for current and forecasted legislation and standards requirements. We need to achieve fire strategic goals through recommendations and guiding principles from the Fire Master Plan process. And the Fire Master Plan process has historically been well received and accepted in Oakville. And we feel that the 2024 plan is even more comprehensive. You'll just see a rendition at the top of the page. That's actually an exterior snapshot of the new Station 9 in its early stages. Next slide, please. So this is a bit of a busy slide, but I want to highlight something. So everything that was done as kind of terms of reference and or moving forward for the consultant process was to match and mirror fire strategic goals and obviously direct them to the key council priorities and using the guiding principles that are listed there. There are some of the top priorities, as you've seen in all the light reading of the very small documents I provided, but I only learned tonight that you received a 1,042-page document. So my 324 in the Fire Master Plan combined with a 183 community risk assessment, the executive plan of 22 pages, and then my report of 12 pages was just light reading for you. So I can honestly say you've had your work cut out for you. It's the fire strategic goals are to use the CRA to determine the FMP goals and objectives, to optimize the 3 lines of defense. And certainly those 3 lines of defense are public education and prevention as number 1, fire safety standards and enforcement as number 2, and emergency response as number 3. There has certainly been a greater focus on the first 2 lines of defense over the last number of years. And I feel that we as an organization and our fire department has certainly focused on that. But to make no mistake, there is still a requirement for significant emergency response. The strategies have to support continuous improvements, and I will speak to that as we get into the National Fire Protection Association guidelines a little bit later. The delivery of fire protection services to meet current needs and plan future growth and intensification. We certainly know that through planning forecast and the development here in the town of Oakville is that, yes, we are still expanding out, but we are also intensifying in our growth areas. And that has to be adequately addressed in both the immediate, short-term, medium-term, and long-term planning processes to make sure that we're well aligned moving into the future. Some of the other key areas, of course, is asset management. I've personally seen the growth of the requirements with asset management here in the town of Oakville. Myself coming here in 2016 till now, the value of ensuring that replacement cost and the life cycle and categorization of all inventory is so important. Climate action, as we've certainly seen in multiple reports, but that is not something that isn't shown as an importance in the fire service. Certainly the change to, as an example, fluorine-free foams that we use in fire suppression activities, or PFAS associated with our bunker gear, and science and technology as we move forward. Technology and data management opportunities, both for internal and external use, working with our partners in the region as well as the region in itself. And we just heard an entire presentation about inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility. What I can say to that is our goal is one of fairly simplistic nature, ensuring that our fire service services the residents of Oakville by representing the community that we serve and making sure that we are a welcoming department for each and every person that comes in so that they can best serve the constituents. Nothing more, nothing less. Next slide, please. So the process for this is a little bit different than previous fire master plans. As I indicated, there's a new legislation, and I'll kind of speak to the piece to it, but when it lists 9 mandatory risk profiles, those are the areas of, sorry about that, geographic, building stock, critical infrastructure, demographics, public safety and response, community services, hazards, economic, past loss, and event history. So all of those areas get fully dissected under the new legislation. What's valuable to that is that that is specific to Oakville. It is within the boundaries here. Yes, it does look at comparators. It looks at our neighbors. It looks at other communities similar in nature, but it identifies the community risk assessment specific to Oakville. There's no cutting corners. Within the code, it talks about needs and circumstances within the FPPA. And that is a very ambiguous type statement for needs and circumstances. What you think are needs and circumstances may differ from what I think. But the community risk assessment is very prescriptive in those areas to identify those challenges. And then that translates directly over to the fire master planning process. And then we look at how that is going to impact the 5-year plan, and then forecasting out 10 years to, again, try and deal with those strategies over a longer time period. Next slide, please. So the stuff that really provides the substance to everything that we do is the Fire Protection and Prevention Act. It talks about municipal responsibilities, and it lists that municipalities are obligated under the FPPA to provide fire protection service commensurate with needs and circumstances, as I just talked about. The FPPA in the 2019 edition decided to include the new legislation for the community risk assessment to inform the practices so that the ambiguity of needs and circumstances could be taken out. The fire chief's responsibility to council. I am ultimately the person that, by bylaw, has to report to you on fire protection services, and that if there's a change to those services and or alterations, be it through the establishing a regulating bylaw or any changes, that I have to report that directly to you so that you can make an informed decision on different aspects to move forward. The Ontario Regulation 387-18, that's the community risk assessment, and there is another slide on that, so I'm not going to spend too much time here now. There's an additional regulation that was also created, 343-22, and that's firefighter certification. This is also a good thing because it prescribes by July 1st, 2026, the mandatory completion of all core competencies to ensure that a firefighter has a standardization across this province to the exact National Fire Protection Association standards required for competency as a firefighter. There's a second aspect to that by July 1st, 2028, which speaks to the technical aspect. So core competencies do not include things such as, swift water or water rescue or rope rescue to a higher level, confined space rescue, trench rescue. All of those aspects take additional time. So there's an additional compliance period for which fire departments, through their establishing a regulating bylaw level of service, have to ensure that the training is completed to meet the compliance to the Office of the Fire Marshal. The Office of the Fire Marshal is the only entity in the province of Ontario that is both IFSAC and Pro Board accredited in order to issue a department with compliance in regards to NFPA. So you may see third-party trainers out there. They do not have the ability to train departments. They have ability to train individuals, but that will not satisfy compliance components. I hope that's helpful. Ontario Health and Safety Act, specifically if you weren't apprised of the knowledge before, Section 21 guidance notes, it's essentially notes that have been created from firefighters or fire service executives that is for the fire service specifically. So operations on aerial apparatus or different aspects of operational means that are specific to labor-intensive actions to ensure that safety of the firefighter is of the utmost importance. And then the Ontario Fire Code, of course, a component within the FPPA, and it speaks to code enforcement and such things as smoke alarms, which is a requirement for a municipal service, fire suppression systems, etc. Next slide, please. So the new legislation, I've talked about it a few times. The community risk assessment, every municipality has to develop one. So it had to be developed by June 1st of 2024. So therefore, consultants, their dance cards were busy over the past 2 years, ensuring that every municipality from small to large had their community risk assessment completed. Some took the opportunity to ensure that that informed a fire master planning process, which our time was due at the same time, and we were able to also coordinate the CPSE accreditation piece for 2 elements. That was of great importance. The CRA, as defined within the FPPA, and I apologize if acronyms are not your flavor, but in the fire service we have a ton. It must be reviewed annually, and it must be refreshed every 5 years. So on a cyclical process, it morphs that of the fire master plan as well. And it just gives you the dates that it came into compliance as well. Next slide, please.
I'm going to just interrupt you quickly.
Yeah.
I've got a motion from Councillor Knoll to go past the hour. Take a vote. All in favor? Great, thank you. Please continue. Just a bit of homework here, Councillor.
No worries, thank you very much. Industry best practice and standards. So there is the Office of the Fire Marshal guidelines, so the Public Fire Safety Guidelines, which again talks about the creation of fire master plans, the requirements for fire departments to have their own mission and vision and value statements, technical guidelines, communiques, that's all from the Office of the Fire Marshal, and that's prescriptive legislation that we have to follow through the FPPA. The 3 lines of defense I've already gone over. The NFPA standards, the National Fire Protection Association standards, they're critical because the question becomes, is it legislation or is it standards? Well, here's what I can tell you. Prevention requires NFPA certification for many things, whether it be commercial hoods, whether it be sprinkler systems. That's how we do our inspections. That's how businesses get their licenses. Training certifications require NFPA certification, as you saw through the certification compliance requirements here in the province. The community risk assessment, again, it requires NFPA certification because the community risk assessment was built on the 1300 standard for risk assessments, which is North America based. Apparatus, every time that we have to specify a new apparatus, that falls to NFPA requirements, as well as replacement schedules along with the fire underwriter survey, specific to municipalities on timelines for replacement of vehicles and under what component of the 1901 standard that we actually build fire apparatus to. And so therefore we have emergency response guidelines as well. And it speaks to timelines specific to firefighters. In 2014, the Fire Marshal's Office adopted the NFPA standards, and you would have seen the 2016 Fire Master Plan, which had a 2015 RFP for said document. The transitioning of those OFM 10 firefighters on scene in 10 minutes to the NFPA standards for 4 minutes for 4 firefighters and then depth of coverage thereafter at the time of the 2016 plan was not as known and comprehensive as it is today. And you will see a lot of that information, both in the report, in the executive summary, and in the documents in totality. The CPSC, I talked about the accreditation. There's no requirement that you have to do the accreditation. But in doing this process, we were able to do 2 elements of it that could put us down that path should we wish to go down there. It's always about continuous improvements and providing the best service that we can in a cost-effective manner for here in the town of Oakville. There's always reports such as NIST reports, or the National Institutes for Standards and Technology, Fire Underwriter Survey, as I mentioned, which talks about grading systems, which provides underwriters insurance rates for constituents throughout the town based upon station locations, water supply systems, staffing levels, past history of loss, all of it in totality. And then there's municipal best practices from one organization to another through comparator groups. Next slide, please. So what you'll see here is this is your initial arriving apparatus conditions. I'll say green is good for the purposes of simplicity here in the town of Oakville. That leads that we have 4 firefighters arriving in 4 minutes. And I would suggest anything that is in the lighter pink areas talks to areas where there might be some need for improvements given that we are beyond the 6 minutes. And there's a multitude of reasons for this. It's not solely based on the information we're getting. This council has supported the initiative with a co-authored letter from both the fire department as well as our association for the need for simultaneous notification. And when you have 52% of your calls attributed to medical calls, if you're not getting that information in the most timely of manner, that already puts us behind as far as our response in getting the information critical to get us on scene. So this is initial arriving apparatus. That isn't speaking to depth of coverage. That's just when the first truck goes out, how can we get people to those scenes? Next slide, please. An initial full alarm assignment talks about the number of personnel that we have on staff. And as of right now, today's conditions, 4 individuals on a pump, 2 individuals on a rescue, a platoon chief as a singular person, and aerials anywhere from 3 or 4 personnel, depending on the initiatives that we're putting forward. What changed with NFPA is, again, it's not 10 firefighters in 10 minutes. It talks about 16 firefighters in 8 minutes for depth of coverage. So as you can see, there are some areas that, with our initial assignments, that we have some work to do. Next slide, please. What you'll see in the plan is areas specific to growth. There has been recommendations put forward that speak to upstaffing the rescue trucks to a full complement of 4, which provides an additional depth of coverage for trucks that we already have. We just need to staff them. We have the ability to look at into the future. As you can see, I'll just focus on the bottom of the page where the word Rebecca Street or Lakeshore Road is as an example. Both Station 1 and Station 2 are single truck stations. Taking into consideration Station 5, if we were to add additional personnel to the rescue truck, that would also provide depth of coverage to the south. The proposed to talk about the north growth in Oakville, it's set right now at the corner of Dundas and Trafalgar. However, if that was to slide slightly east, there would not necessarily be a negative challenge to that staffing potential. And we're talking about singular processes, phased processes to get crews up and running to new stations to ensure that the coverage is meeting at least above the 70th percentile 90% of the time for NFPA standards. That's what we're hopeful to achieve. Again, the Fire Master Plan is a 10-year growth document. What you'll see there as the town hall property may or may not come to fruition within that time period for growth. But it's being projected out for a planning process that should we use current owned land or have to obtain land, that we're not waiting to do so in order to appropriately plan and have to pay, I dare say, very elevated costs associated with any land where areas are being intensified. Next slide, please. This is just a collage of pictures that talks about, again, the 3 lines of defense and the importance of what you currently have here. I stand before you here today, again, representing a consultant who's done an immense amount of work associated with the data aggregate and certainly putting together what should be a very strong plan to move the department forward to meet the needs of not only standards and legislation, but in a cost-effective manner for the town moving forward. Very proud as a fire chief to stand in front of the personnel that you see here, certainly from the training aspects, emergency response, our fire prevention and public education crews. Many of you have seen these groups at work at multiple different times, and I'm sure you share in many of the sentiments that I have. Next slide, please. So the next steps is based upon the report and the recommendations that you see in front of you. I'm asking that council approve the 2024 Fire Master Plan, that council receive the community risk assessment as the foundational guiding document that helped create the Fire Master Plan, that you direct the fire chief to use the 2024 Fire Master Plan as a reference document to support the delivery of fire protection services over the next 10 years, and that the financial investments recommended within the plan inform the 10-year capital forecast based on prioritization of funding and growth forecasts as part of a long-term community investment plan. All recommendations, and I have to make sure I reiterate this, all recommendations within the plan are financial considerations to be brought forward to council on a yearly annual budget process. Next slide, please. And at this time, I thank you for the opportunity for the presentation and ask if you have any questions, I would be happy to answer.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Argar is your first.
Through you, Acting Mayor Grant, thank you very much for the detailed presentation and for the Coles Notes version of the report in our book here. I forget how many 100 pages it is. Just quick question. If a condo building's 60-some stories high, what special equipment might you need to be to that actual unit in 4 minutes?
So getting to the unit is not necessarily our challenge. Through our mapping, as you saw, getting to the base of a unit, be it a condo building, high-rise, whatever the case might be, it's the vertical rise time associated with that and ensuring that we have the appropriate high-rise unit, which has personnel that are equipped that they understand the dynamics of that. They're bringing up specific equipment to hook up to co-host cabinets that understand the dynamics of charging a stairwell, understand evacuation procedures. Their first in unit is what we're talking about as a proposal for the, I dare say, town hall property or midtown growth, given the central location to many of the high rises. Even with respect, Toronto has a 70-meter aerial unit, but that's not getting to the top of every 60-story building. So to be clear, most of those buildings at those, well, not most, all of them already have construction philosophies built in, whether it be sprinklered and or non-combustible materials. For us, it's about ensuring that we limit the fire to its area of origin, make sure that we set up the appropriate fire floors and staging floors of our personnel so that we can attack the fire properly and have a systematic approach to ensure that that is taking place. The other thing that's important in this is the span of control of senior officers to manage an incident of that size. You're not talking about a residential fire requiring 16 firefighters anymore. You're talking about fires requiring over 30 personnel, given the challenges of evacuation and or firefighting in those areas. So that requires a different level of supervisory capacity as well as operational control.
So how high are our ladders on our trucks? You mentioned trials 70 meter.
70 meters, yeah.
And are our ladders 70 meters?
No, it is the largest in North America, and it's the only singular unit of that size. Most of our rescue platforms range anywhere from 100 to 110 feet, given aerial units of this size. Usually with positioning of trucks, you're talking about getting to a point of a rescue access point to a balcony or a roof associated with a building. You're not getting to the top of any building in something of that nature. There are different aspects to it that are not only caught, I'd love to take credit with it with fire, but that's actually not even necessarily our total area. Through the building department and the planning process for planning, they are establishing the requirements through the building code, and then once the building's occupied, then the fire code kicks into place. But we have to ensure that a building's fire safety plan and that their supervisory staff are doing everything that they can do to ensure that in the event of a fire, that the personnel in the building are well protected.
So what story can you reach? What top story can you reach in a building?
I'd love to give you an exact answer, but it really does depend on the periphery of the building. Some buildings you can get up close to that you might be able to short stack and get up a true 100 feet, and you're talking about 10, 12 feet per story, and that you can do the math on that. But respectfully, the way our streets are created and or building design, you may not be able to get an optimal location for the positioning of a truck given where the fire is. We have to be adaptable, and that's part of a training process with both our acting captains and captains first on scene with their trucks to ensure they make good decisions on apparatus placement to ensure that they're going to have the most optimal effect of firefighting operations.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for what you're doing. I think everybody loves the firemen, so thanks.
Thank you.
And coming up, Councillor Chisholm.
Thank you, Chief. This report is very detailed, and it's not light reading. There's a lot of information in here. The only thing I have a comment on, your definition of a high building. I think that just to add to Councillor Elgar's comments, I was asking basically the same questions, but your definition of 18 meters was basically a 6-story. Knowing what's happening in the growth of Oakville and looking at tall buildings and so forth, are we starting to focus on different equipment arrangements and the costs associated to that in order to be aware of high buildings and fires and so forth in the buildings that are coming in the future of Oakville?
Yeah, through you, Acting Mayor Grant, to Councillor. So the reason why 6 stories is very instrumental is actually changes to both the building and fire code specific to construction of buildings is that's the height to which you can create wood frame construction up to specified heights. So there's that 18 meters is very specific based on recent legislation changes. Your point about equipment and such, certainly the high-rise packs that I referenced earlier, that is essentially a high-rise unit is essentially a truck that has water capabilities, but for all intents and purposes, it's getting to the base of a location and then our personnel going upstairs and or seconding elevators, where necessary. And again, I'm very much glossing over the entire process in simplicity, but the thing is that, if there's a 12th floor on fire, you may be able to access a point with your platform as far as a rescue point, but to be clear, you're not getting up to that point from an exterior operations standpoint unless you're, as I say, talking about the one unit that is an absolute monster to drive and handle in Toronto. So it's all about, our crews, it's one thing to talk about the emergency response, but I think what's lost far too often is the work that's done from a prevention standpoint and as well as familiarization with our crews for in-service inspections. So when our crews go to different buildings and look at different challenges that are faced within that building and actually walk the floors and look at where the stairwells are and where the annunciator panel is and access to the supervisory staff of that building, they're pre-planning for the event of an emergency. They're already thinking about where they're going to park, how they're going to access different stairwells, what they're going to do, because the old analogy of we're running in when others are running out couldn't be more true. So it doesn't start and stop with the emergency response in itself. It's lots of work in advance of that, and our crews do it really, really well.
Right, thank you very much.
Perfect. Next, we have Councillor Knoll.
Thank you, Acting Chair. A couple questions. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for keeping me up at night for a few days to try to catch up with the reading. The core competencies identified in 343-22, I missed a piece of what you were saying with respect to some of those trainings. They're supposed to be in place by July 1st, 2026.
Correct.
All of them? Or did you say that like swift water rescue and things like that are further down the road?
So the core competencies relating to what I would dare say are regular fire operations for, and again, this is key, for municipalities that have an ENR bylaw that states they will have both interior attack and defensive attack. As an example, smaller municipalities may not have the resources to do interior attack firefighting, and it's not safe to do so.
Right.
Our personnel are obviously in a career department that are well-resourced, have the ability to do all of those competencies. So we're talking about, you know, donning and doffing of personal protective equipment, our respiratory protection program, fire streams and suppression techniques, laddering, you know, those are core competencies that are all part of the certification standard. And I would just look, what's our percentage right now? Core. Okay, so the standards for, if someone goes to school and obtains their standard, they have a 1001 level 1, and then there's a 1001 level 2. We are fully compliant with level 1, and working into level 2, I think we're around 70% or so, give or take, depending on individuals. So we are going to be well in compliance for our July 1st, 2026 without issue. And then the additional competencies, don't forget we're like Home Depot, we're a working warehouse. So we're not only doing ladder training today, there is going to be crews from mission-specific stations that are already doing ice water rescue training on the exact same day that someone else is doing ladders. We have training programs, obviously, at our Training Center of Excellence with our training officers, but we also have core drills that are run by our captains who are extremely proficient and obviously very capable of running their crews through drills. If a captain is on scene and sees an area of potential improvement, they come back to the station and they'll work on that, whether it be that shift or the next shift. They have an obligation through competency through the Ministry of Labor to ensure that they're doing everything they can to prepare the individuals that work with them.
So just to summarize then, 343.22 speaks mostly to, or speaks specifically of fire suppression as opposed to the other services or the other.
It speaks to both.
It does.
And sorry, I wasn't trying to cut you off.
Yeah.
The certification standard has two elements to it.
Right.
I, as the fire chief of the town of Oakville, can sign up for solely core competencies,
Right.
or based on our ENR bylaw, which includes specialty competencies, includes the specialty training competencies that have to be completed by 2028.
Okay.
We still have to get element 1 completed by July 1st, 2026, but we have the additional time frame to ensure that we have July 1st, 2028, and we will be on track.
That's what I was looking for. So there is a deadline for those secondary competencies. Okay. I heard you mention moving from 3 to 4 per truck. I remember the fight of 2 to 3 per truck.
Yeah.
That was a battle royale back in the day. Is that NFPA requirement, or is that it is?
So I wasn't here at the time, so I'm projecting. 2014 was probably a conversation about the number of personnel on truck and such at that time. Again, you were talking about 10 firefighters on scene in 10 minutes. The OFM, the Office of the Fire Marshal, adopted the NFPA guidelines. So their old paradigm for success, their old public fire safety guidelines for response levels changed in 2014. No longer applicable, NFPA moving forward, but there was a transitioning and grandfathering period associated with that. So the value of getting additional personnel on the truck is depth of coverage and initial response. It changes what might be pink to green, and that's a very good thing.
obviously that's an issue around the cost of personnel, which is a small price to pay for safety, obviously. Don't quote me during budget time if I pretend I didn't say that. But what does it talk about in terms of other facilities like stations and that sort of thing? Does that increase a CapEx expenditure as well?
Yeah, so what you'll see in the plan as it relates to both immediate, short-term, medium, and long-term planning is addressing some of the challenges that are currently existing. One is we obviously know North Oakville is outpacing the growth at a very fast rate. So getting additional personnel into Station 7 for a secondary unit on a squad with water is highly necessary in order to deal with the timelines it's going to take to acquire land, design, build a facility, and then again, we have other areas that we could be upstaffing a truck, which again, I'm not being naive to cost association with capital or operating budgets, I'm not. But there's additional stations, as I say, through intensification that into the future, whether it be through simply adding an apparatus and potential renovations or something of that nature, you can, with the layout of our current stations, certainly have a very good grasp of station locations where they are in this town without having to change everything, as an example. So upstaffing vehicles, additional supervisory staff to ensure, because in 2022 we ran about 8,000, just shy of 8,200 calls, 8,100 and change. And then we took a dip during the challenges we faced with MPDS and getting that system up and running. Right now, we're on a projection to run approximately 12 to 13,000 calls per year. The timelines associated with the number of times that we will have multiple units on scene of one incident and obviously have an additional call come in at that same time is getting more and more prolific, whether it be motor vehicle collisions, medical calls, burning complaints, carbon monoxide detection. We are an all-service department, including specialty rescue. So making sure that we have the right resources to give to the right person at the right time is critical moving forward.
And a typical truck will properly accommodate 4 staff, correct?
Every one of our trucks are essentially built to accommodate a full crew of 5 firefighters if it was intact. Now, having 5 firefighters on every truck is not something that happens very often at all.
This is a firefighting question. I don't know if it specifically speaks to the master plan, but I'm curious about in terms of moving forward in technology. I don't know if you ever read the book 102 Minutes. It's a story about the 9/11 disaster. And one of the thesis of the book was that one of the theses behind the book was the lack of communication between different emergency responders, but also responders within different companies of the fire department. And it boiled down to repeaters and technology. Has that been addressed? Has this been addressed? I'll admit freely, I did not read all 300 odd pages, but was this addressed in the master plan? Is it addressed in legislation? How are we moving forward on looking at technology, particularly as there's more radio interference, more frequencies being utilized, more technology, denser, taller, deeper buildings?
There are still issues with technology specific to emergency response, whether it be, 3-story underground parking garages or whether it be construction limitations in buildings where there needs to be a proactive approach to potentially get antennas built into a building structure, and that comes at the cost to a developer versus the fire department cost thereafter. Our department had already dealt with in-vehicle repeaters associated with our department. We're not necessarily completely immune from challenges with communications by any means. I'm not going to pretend to tell you that we aren't. Communications in most NIOSH and or coroner inquests, communications and radio failure are unfortunately the epitome of everything that goes wrong in an emergency situation. The value of interoperability, not only with fire crews, but having interoperability with police and paramedic services on scene, and we're doing that in the region now. Certainly ensuring that we're We are doing more and more pre-planning within buildings to find those dead zones that maybe traditionally only used to be the elevator shaft, but now we understand there's actually, you know, dead areas within the building that should there be a fire there, that would put our personnel in challenging situations. We have a P25 system. We also have the 700 megahertz broadband spectrum. We are continuously looking at technological advancements to ensure that we're looking at safety mechanisms for our fire service. And you're right, it comes at a cost, but we just completely revamped. You may have remembered from budget process in the last 2 years a phased approach to replace all of our portable radio systems to ensure that we are intrinsically safe and in compliance. So I would suggest we are continuously looking at ways to improve safety, but at the same time trying to do it in a cost-conscious manner. And that would be no different in this plan. If there's something that is significant cost, if we have to look at phasing processes and or operational guidelines to mold the future, that's what we're going to do to try and move forward.
Yeah, those capital costs are they're not unknown to me through the police service. We're dealing with, we just approved a large budget for replacement of the portable radios there. Is it time to actually start requiring, or can we legally, maybe don't really answer this question, can we actually require developers to be placing repeaters and or antennas within their large complexes to help in these scenarios?
I'll have to look into that because the one thing you get from me is I'll try to give you everything I can, but if I don't know an answer, I'll get back to you.
I appreciate that. But
I don't believe that we have that ability under requirement under code, but I will double check and I can certainly get that information back.
Might be something that the planning department could put in their checklist to try to push them into, if it's not, because
the fire service has looked into, you know, cell tower applications in you know, both this municipality and others in the past to see if there could be an availability to put antennas for assistance. But as far as, you know, a building construction and dealing with a specific developer and or owner, I'm just not sure on, and I certainly will, I'll coordinate the discussion with the building services to see if that's a discussion point.
Yeah, thanks. Last, I hope this is really short, because I'm testing everybody's patience with me. Residential sprinklers was a big thing 15 years ago where we were all expecting this was going to become a thing. Yeah. Where is that landed?
I'd love to give you a better answer, but being on the Ontario Association of Fire Chiefs Board of Directors, Canadian Association of Fire Chiefs Board of Directors, the Canadian Wood Council wants no part of residential sprinklers, regardless of the issues that are of a benefit to a person. Certainly, someone could utilize residential sprinklers as an upgrade to their home. Yeah. There would still be a requirement for an emergency response. There would still be a requirement for firefighters to go to that location, but at the very least, it could limit the spread of the fire and contain it to its area of origin. But I can just say very candidly, it is still, unfortunately, a long way away. It is not being looked at in being imposed into the code in any time soon. That's just the reality.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And Councillor Duddick.
Thank you. Through you, Acting Mayor Grant. Thank you very much for the presentation and the considerable reading and the considerable effort that went into making that reading. The question I have, the two areas that drew my attention were those two pink areas that you showed on that map as needing to have a better response time, I guess getting there. I happen to live in one of those pink areas, and we used to have a fire station up on Rebecca just by Woodside, and it was closed. So I'm wondering, is it a matter of more fire stations or more personnel that will enable those two areas to get better served?
Through Acting Mayor Grant, I don't think it's a singular answer. And I know that sounds very,
No, that's okay.
I don't want to say political, but it sounds like I'm trying to skate the issue. But it's not a singular answer. As an example, those timelines, they're based on real data. So as an example, once we get simultaneous notification, that data might improve. I'm not suggesting it would be fixed, but it might improve. as intensification happens, whether it be Station 1 or Station 2, potentially get a second crew, then that's not another new fire hall. That's just intensification and supporting the staff with an additional unit to ensure that the response times are there. So I don't think there's necessarily a singular answer. I think what the fire master planning process and the community risk assessment does is it creates a requirement to review annually for the CRA, and it requires you to look at the 5-year term, as I mentioned, for actual and planned growth. Okay, and I think that through that process, you can continuously evaluate with data the right mechanism to try and satisfy an area that may require assistance. And so I think that that's the process moving forward. Okay. It's, you know, just building fire stations according to a heat map may not solely tell the story. And I think that's a meaningful process. And I would look to Suzanne, is there something that you would like to say to that from a consulting perspective? Because it's easy to point at colors and just say, well, let's put a dot there and it fixes it. But I don't personally, as a fire chief, I don't think that solves the solution necessarily.
Yes, yeah, thanks, Chief. It certainly is. It is just a model for as great of a tool as it is, and we do have a very detailed process to try and make it accurately reflect the experience of the department. We go back typically 5 years in data in order to calibrate the model to that. But it isn't as hard of a line as the color change may look. It's possible that some of those areas in pink, they are able to actually meet the standard in some of those spots. When it comes to the initial arriving apparatus, the biggest driver is station location for that 4-minute travel time, because that's really how do you get there, and it's just a matter of driving. It's really hard to resolve that without either changes to the road network, making new roads, different traffic patterns, improving traffic patterns, or adding new stations. The other measure that we look at being the depth of response or the initial full alarm assignment, that one is most impacted by adding the number of staff or changing the staffing per vehicle per station. So that one has a little bit more flexibility from the side of a quick change, if you will, or a day-to-day fluidity.
Thank you. I guess the other question, and we sort of touched on it briefly when it was in regards to the heights, and you were mentioning the building department and the link between your departments. What kind of, for lack of a better word, trump card do you have in terms of a road network that is not going to enable the proper equipment to be deployed? I mean, I know we have a minimum standard, but I've heard in a couple of cases where, especially in the older areas, people have said they can't deploy that there because of the, what shall I say, the road network combined with the width of the road or the trees or whatever. So who trumps who in that situation? And do you have to sign off in order to say you can make it work?
Yeah, through Acting Mayor Grant, I don't think it's necessarily, and I know it wasn't intended that way, it's not about who trumps who, it's about working together for the best end outcome for the municipality. We're brought in through the building process for, you know, whether it be fire route bylaw or site plan access and those kind of things. If it's an existing area, you know, I would love to say that we do it a real fancy way, but we'll often get a crew out, we'll get the truck out, we'll get individuals, because sometimes increased parking on streets, we get a complaint from an individual saying, well, the fire truck couldn't get down here if there was an emergency response, or they couldn't turn around here if they wanted to. So we take each and every, you know, part of our mandate under the Fire Protection and Prevention Act is doing inspections based upon complaint and request basis. That's a complaint, we deal with it. Okay. So I would suggest it's not about trumping. It would be working with the building department, especially prior to final occupancy on a building. Should there be any fire protection issues as fire safety subject matter experts that we deal with?
Sure.
But if there's an existing condition, I think it's all about working in the best interest with the owner and or individuals impacted and finding the best solution to move forward.
Thank you very much.
And next we have Councillor Haslett-Thiel.
Thank you, through you, Acting Mayor Grant. Thank you very much for educating us, because this was definitely informative. My first question, I may have missed it at the beginning, in terms of stakeholders being involved in the creation of the plan. Was the Firefighters Association involved, and have they made any additional comments that aren't incorporated in this?
So they were interviewed, like other stakeholders were. Because this is a third-party consultant creating the plan, they are seeing it final copy kind of at the same time that council was provided the information as well. I think that, you know, certainly I don't want to speak on behalf of the consultant, but whether it be the Firefighter Association or whether it be, you know, BIA or HMC Connections or many of the other interested parties who are all involved with fire protection services throughout the municipality, I think that there was an opportunity for interview, there was feedback, there was certainly a fairly strong process with how we handed out the surveys and links or QR codes for public engagement and everything else. And traditionally, I think it was said earlier actually with the consultant in regards to, well, fire services, they're steady across the board, but if you've never had to use fire services, you may not have a positive or negative effect. You'll just kind of deal with it. So I think in some of those cases, you know, hearing from hundreds or thousands of individuals about fire safety in the community, unless they've been impacted some way or another, we traditionally haven't gotten that information, regardless of going virtual, in-person meetings, handing out flyers, pamphlets at community centers, you name it, we've tried to do it. So I don't know if that answers your question or not.
No, thank you very much. I wanted to make sure in particular that the Firefighters Association had an opportunity to comment. My other question is around residential fires. We are trending, we're exceeding the provincial average. And then Councillor Knoll asked my question about sprinkler systems, et cetera. What strategies are in here or are deployed to reduce our residential fires? Or is that not in here, but rather just an element of continued fire prevention, et cetera?
So there is elements, sorry, through Acting Mayor Grant, there are elements with both the fire master plan as well as the community risk assessment. So building stock, as you probably, through your easy reading of 183 pages of community risk assessment, talks about, you know, different things like lightweight construction and the challenges with you're dealing with math, not mass anymore. So you get a singular roof truss failure, now you're talking about imminent collapse associated with a fire and not large frame timber in years ago. So identification of specific subdivisions for lightweight construction so that if I'm a fire captain going into that area, I already know that if the fire call came in 3 or 4 minutes ago, I'm dealing with an imminent potential flashover upon arrival, and I have limited time associated with a rescue operation and or interior attack. So those things come into play. I think that, you know, working with developers, as an example, there are communities in not only Ontario, but in BC, where in the absence of legislation forcing somebody to do it, there have been builders who have actually taken that initiative to show as fire safety to a community the option of residential sprinklers, whether it was a mandated process or not. So finding those champions within the building community to potentially find solutions to move forward could be a way that, you know, our fire prevention and public education staff are some of the best in the province. Maybe that's the relationship with the stakeholders that would be valuable for the community moving forward.
Thank you for those suggestions. I am going to turn to CAO Closey and say, are residential sprinklers on our advocacy? Do we do advocacy in that regard?
So in terms of the building code, as you're well aware through you, Councillor Grant, we can only enforce the building code itself.
Right.
So there's always a discussion, I'm sure through the fire prevention group too, in terms of other opportunities to provide for enhanced fire protection. Some developers take it upon themselves to do it as well. So I think through the fire prevention discussion that happens, that's the opportunity for an advocacy approach to the developers.
So it's interesting.
If I can add, I think actually this council had made a resolution to the province about the sprinkler piece. So we are coming forward with the intergovernmental briefing or the priorities. Perhaps we'll look at adding that to that again.
Hence my suggestion. Thank you. My last question is just around understanding what's going to come back to us at budget. So the material in here is amazing, and the numbers are mind-boggling. And so when you come back, are you going to be prioritizing what you see as sort of first, second, third? So you synthesize it down from what is a requirement, is that how you're going to bring it to budget? Because that one page you might need 2 hours to present.
Through Acting Mayor Grant. So our annual budget process is always about prioritizing and trying to find solutions, as I mentioned before, about the radios as an example. All of a sudden getting hit with a non-compliance for intrinsically safe radios and trying to find budget for an $800,000 project that had not been forecasted was not something that I'm sure finance wanted to see and or council wanted to see. So through this fire master plan, there are identified timelines, which I spoke about as far as planned and realized growth, as well as what are currently listed as, I dare say, priorities moving forward. And my job is to certainly present that through the budget process, and should there be any kind of discussion on phasing or finding ways to work within the total financial envelope. Respectfully, that's my job. That's what I have to do in order to try and translate the strategic approach as well as the needs moving forward.
If I can just add to that, in the next year, you're going to see you see the fire master plan today. You will, coming up in a workshop and then later on the fall, see the Parks and Rec Library master plan, and you will then see the transportation master plan. You have already seen a lot of the stormwater work that is underway as well. And of course, asset management does a better job every single year of understanding what is the life cycle of our services. So those are all the group of priorities that we'll be sorting through each year in terms of how do we prioritize them in each year and over that 10-year period. So there is quite an extensive amount of work that we'll be doing in the initial preparation of that budget in order to bring it forward to the mayor and council.
Thanks very much, and thanks for all your hard work.
Thank you.
Thank you. That brings us to Councillor Giddings.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate the presentation. And you, further to Councillor Duddick and Councillor Hazat-Thiel's comments. First of all, CAO Closey had a shout out for you in her latest update to us in terms of being invited down to Queen's Park for the budget and advocacy on response times. So thank you for that. And you talked about the lightweight building and various other things. Isn't the best way forward to have the Ontario Building Code updated, modified, improved to make it safer for our residents and our professional firefighters?
Through Acting Mayor Grant, I think there's been a significant move, and I can say this not only as a fire chief of a municipality, but also those who are, I serve on the Ontario board, and whether it be the Ontario Association of Fire Chiefs, the Ontario Association of Professional Firefighters, whether it's the building inspectors or chief building inspectors. As an example, you know, any change to building homes faster and high-rise buildings going to a single means of egress on a single stairwell, there is no way we can complete firefighting operations on certain level buildings if there's one exit from multiple floors coming down. And so those are the kind of things that we may have differences on different things, but when it comes to firefighter safety, I think a lot of those things take place. And to your point, I very much appreciate the CAO's recognition for the simultaneous notification. But again, Council endorsed a co-authored letter, not only with myself, but the Firefighter Association and the region of Halton Fire Chiefs and their associations, which helped get to the point where we don't have a date, but they said it's coming soon, and we're keeping the Solicitor General's feet to the fire on that one, pardon the pun, but ensuring that the simultaneous notification happens sooner than later, because it is in the best interest of our community and for the firefighters' safety. It is absolutely. So it's often multiple layers, especially when you're talking safety.
Well, and you mentioned the two associations that you serve on. They would have a lobbying effort and recommendations on an ongoing basis, I assume?
Absolutely. Through Acting Mayor Grant, yes.
So a discussion to have with our friends at AMO. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Seeing no further speakers from council, I'll move to the lobby and see if anybody, I don't know, that's it, okay. So thank you very much. I'm lost. We've got a motion to approve from Councillor Duddick. Thank you. All in favor? Carried, excellent. Oh, I thought we were going back to speakers again. All right. 10.A, we've got the Midtown OPA. There is no presentation, but Commissioner Garb's available if we have questions. Do we have questions? Seeing none, I'll take a motion. Councillor Duddick again, great. All in favor? That carries. We've taken care of our confidential items. Advisory Committee minutes, we've got the Accessibility Advisory Committee minutes. Councillor Giddings moves, all in favor? That is carried. Rise and report to council, moved by Alan Elgar. This committee rise and reports, sorry, all in favor? Thank you. Then this committee rise and reports, moved by? Do I have to have a motion for that? Right. Okay, so we'll approve the report. Motion by Councillor Knoll, seconded by Councillor Elgar. All in favor? Perfect. All right, you've got your information items. Consideration reading of bylaws, moved by Councillor Adams, because you haven't said anything yet, and seconded by Councillor Nanda, because I can see your hand waving. All right, so following bylaws be passed, bylaw 2004-59 to dedicate certain land as part of public highway, bylaw 2024-064 dedicates certain land as part of a public highway, bylaw 2004-037 levying of rates, bylaw 2024-048 rebate of taxes, 2024-071 emergency plan, and bylaw 2024-076 to amend bylaw 2018-153 to prohibit and regulate signs within the town of Oakville for signs located at 277 Lakeshore Road East. And finally, 2024-075 confirmation bylaw. And that, I believe, takes us back to new business.
I have a matter of new business, two matters of new business. First of all, I have a request for report, be really quick. I read it into the record. Staff be requested to prepare a report on elementary school traffic management and municipal enforcement with specific reference to incidents and enforcement activity at Montclair Public School on January 9th, 2024.
Okay. So, great. All in favor?
And my second matter of business is also going to be very quick. I just want to draw everybody's attention to the fact that the Halton Police Service has recently, Halton Police Board, I should know where it came from, recently approved and has published our 2024 to 2027 strategic plan. This has already been provided to all the members of Regional Council. Town councilors, just watch your mailboxes. It will be in your mailboxes soon. It's a very comprehensive plan with lots of detail on our initiatives over the next 4 years. And secondly, I just want to congratulate Deputy Chief Kevin Mahar, who was recently appointed as our third Deputy Chief in Halton Region. We had his swearing in last Thursday, and Deputy Mahar is going to add great value to the public safety and crime prevention and enforcement in Halton Region, and we want to congratulate him on a wonderful career to come.
Great, thank you. Any other new business? Sorry, since somebody mentioned a shawarma, I guess I was rushing to get out. Councillor Shi, there we go.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. So I just want to invite member of the council and staff and all the public to Asian Heritage Month flag raising ceremony on May 2nd, 10 o'clock at the town hall.
Okay, thank you very much. And if that is everything, then that is everything. Thank you very much, everybody. We're finished for the day.